It can cause dryness of the mouth. It can cause you eye issue, fatigue, and sometimes even heart diseases. All these things can come as a result of rheumatoid arthritis. It can even cause some skin conditions, and this affects most of the cartilage. It damages them, not just affect them. It damages those cartilage, and it can cause inflammations. Even it can cause digestive problems, and even lung scarring or nodules. All these things are signs of rheumatoid arthritis, and they can affect all those organs I made mention, even from the oral health condition and so on. For those who have all these conditions, please don't hesitate. You find it very difficult to even move from one end to another, and you notice the nail is not longer carrying your body anymore. You don't have that stamina as a human being to walk for a distance. If you know you are experiencing all these kind of signs or symptoms, please, the early symptoms you notice is sometimes it starts affecting multiple joints, either by way of affecting your nails or your fingers and so on, even swollen or stiffness, and all these joints it's becoming more even smaller or swollen. It are signs of and it can make all your joints more weak. So the morning stiffness, when you wake up from the bed, you find it difficult to even stand up from the bed, to even do things for yourself in the morning is a problem. If you have all these signs or symptoms, don't hesitate. And it can also affect all your muscular tissues. If you have all these symptoms, we cannot say it all. Try and give us a call and come down to Greenland Natural Medicines. Greenland Natural Medicine physical address here in Port Harcourt is in East West Road by Bovas Filling Station. Bovas Filling Station. Once you get to Rumodara Junction, you go as if you are going to Tank. The next U-turn you see, before the U-turn, you see Bovas by your left. If you are coming from Tank, the location is before Rumodara Junction. Just be looking at your right, you see the Bovas Filling Station. We are sharing fence with Bovas Filling Station. So the numbers to call are 080 34 64 22 72. 080 34 64 22 72. 080 23 92 42 41. 080 23 92 42 41. Greenland Natural Medicine. For our listeners on prostate gland, prostate is a health issue that has to do with men. Yes, once you are age of 45, we advise you to go and do a thorough check on your prostate health status. To know much about your prostate status, you need to do PSA, the scan, and also if there is issue, the urologist will advise accordingly to other extra tests you are supposed to run. So for those who have these symptoms of frequent or urge to urinate frequently, especially at night, and sometimes a sudden and urgent need to urinate, that is referred to as urgency, and difficulty even in starting to urinate, or even to stop the urine flow. Yes, sometimes you thought it's over, why it is not over, because you are not able to empty the bladder as usual. Then a weak flow and interrupted urine stream. Yes, if urine comes very, very weak, it doesn't come with the pressure as usual. And the feeling of thought or the emptiness of the bladder is not yet. So you will be having obvious time in the restroom, taking longer time in the restroom, thinking that the bladder is not empty. Yes, it's not emptied yet. So we need to wait and make sure the thing comes out gradually and end it up. Then there is sometimes when the condition gets more worse, you have these symptoms that you can experience, like blood in the urine or even in the semen.
Okay.
There will be a blood. Then pains or burning sensation during urination. Then painful ejaculation, and even pains or stiffness in the lower back, hips, and even pelvic. you will experience those pains there. Then bones, even pains around your bones start when it gets cancerous. You start experiencing these ones, pains in the bone, unexpected weight loss, and even weakness in the arms of the legs. You find it that you no longer have a good stamina to walk again. And even in terms of the BPH itself, not only when it is cancerous, your erection may go off completely. So if you know you have all these signs or symptoms of prostate issue, please don't hesitate. Give us a call on these numbers. The numbers to call are 080 34 64 22 72. 080 34 64 22 72. The second number to call is 080 23 92 42 41. 080 23 92 42 41.
Okay.
For infertility,
Quickly.
yes, quickly because of the time. Infertility is another broad topic of discussion, but we have mentioned issues that has to do with infertility in terms of female gender. The female gender, most of them have difficulty in or inability to conceive within the 2 years period of time that you have how do I put it, a frequent or regular intercourse between you and your spouse for 2 good years, and there is no conception. That is what we refer to as infertility. So the spouse have to live together for that 2 consecutive years, and they have to have the regular things that has to do between the husband and the wife for those period of time. If it happens that still that patient or that individual could not conceive, then we also refer to that condition as infertility. So many things can cause infertility in female gender, yes, and women can have all these signs or symptoms of even hotness around their genital area while having intercourse. Pains comes in sometimes and so on. So we'll only have it so brief. The numbers to call are 080 34 64 22 72. 080 34 64 22 72. For those who are coming, the first 20 people, we said it yesterday, they have the privilege to have their test of and consultation, everything, for a token of 5,000 naira. After the 20 people that comes in the morning, the charges goes back to the 10,000 naira.
All right.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aminu, for making the time to be here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get back to the papers. It's Today 95.1, the newspaper review segment. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
one for emphasis. Please give it to me. Said, and for generations to come. Sing it with your heart. Sing it like you mean it.
All right, music original by Timida Kolo, but that's a refix by himself, Cobams, and 21 Seller, Great Nation. So happy Independence Anniversary, my fellow Nigerians. We listened to a few things, so let me just race through them this morning. The NBA national president calls out the Supreme Court and the culture of delay. He wonders why the Supreme Court will not respond swiftly to calls of national emergency, citing the case of the emergency rule in Rivers State. And it's not unique to Rivers State. It happened also in Plateau State, when the Supreme Court did not hear the matter until it elapsed. And it has of what consequence? What effects is it going to be? So he listened to and he was actually speaking to, I think yesterday was the swearing in of new senior advocates of Nigeria. It's on Monday, yeah? On Monday at the Supreme Court. So that's what you listen to first. And after that, President Tinubu in Imo State. You know, when the occasion is loud, the ovation is really loud, the president used to vibe. May I call it vibe? Oh, GDP is 4.20%. Oh, the economy is this. Oh, we have turned the corner. Oh, Nigeria, can't you see it? Well, me, I'm asking the question, shouldn't we be celebrating all these things that the president is telling us? I mean, we know see him. I know that Mr. Ndukwe doesn't see it. But don't you see it? Nigeria 65, the worst is over. We've turned a new corner. Tinubu, APC has fulfilled its promise of change. Tinubu, why are we not celebrating? That's the big question. Are the numbers fake? At least you listen to the president now. Are the numbers fake? I don't know. But that's the question. Okay, we should all be celebrating this great change. Yes, why not? So, there. I want to go through what he said. Akpabio now seconded the president by hailing the president even more. And then he closed off with the meeting. The last thing you listened to was the outcome of the meeting that ended at midnight yesterday. So that's the early morning of Tuesday. Okay, you know that meeting that they had on Monday extended till midnight or even past midnight. Okay, and then they scheduled another one for 2 p.m. yesterday. So it was the end of that first meeting that you listened to. You listened to the Minister for Labour, the Minister for Finance, and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, and then you listened to Festus Osifo of Pengerson. So those are the items we're able to share with you this morning. Let's race through the papers. Not many stories for review today. We'll just do a few. Nigeria is 65 since we decided to stand independent away from the control of our colonial masters. Okay, so we celebrate our independence anniversary today. Also, today is International Day of Older Persons. The theme is Older Persons Driving Local and Global Action, Our Aspirations, Our Well-Being, and Our Rights. The 2025 United Nations International Day of Older Persons, observed under the theme Older Persons Driving Local and Global Action, which I just read, highlights the transformative role older persons play in building resilient and equitable societies. Far from being passive beneficiaries, older persons are drivers of progress, contributing their knowledge and experience in areas such as health, equity, financial well-being, community resilience, and human rights advocacy. The Political Declaration and the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, adopted in 2002, remain cornerstones of global aging policy, promoting a society of all ages through action on development, health, and supportive environment. The 2025 theme directly reflects these principles by recognizing older persons as drivers of progress at both local and global levels. Daily Post, APC has fulfilled its promise of change. Tinubu, we listen to him. We listened to the president. He was speaking in Imo State yesterday, where he went for a double function. One was to launch the book written by Hope Uzodinma on the APC's journey since it came into power. And the second one is a road. So that's, you listen to the president already. Second one, Tribune. Strike continues as FG's meeting with Pengerson at Dangote ends in a deadlock. So this story is pretty much the last audio we shared with you. The position of the key negotiators and the players in that in the field. Okay, so that's what this story is really much about. So we're rolling this story over as well to the next one. Okay, no religious persecution in Nigeria. Tinubu, which we've listened to as well. It's part of what he said in Imo State yesterday. No religious persecution in Nigeria. I don't know of Christians dying more in Nigeria than any other group. I don't have those independent reports or reports that are even available. So there you have it. President Tinubu speaking there as well. Okay, so we listened to President Tinubu there reacting. It says a lie from the pit of hell. It's a lie from the pit of hell. Tinubu described the allegations as a lie from the pit of hell. We listened to the president speak there, so let's roll this over as well. The cable, Aliko Dangote, Wale Edu, Pengaston currently meet in over labor dispute. We heard there's a breakthrough, which I mentioned already. But the last meeting, which had to move to the office of the National Security Advisor, had in attendance Aliko Dangote, founder of the Dangote Refinery, Wale Edu, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, representatives of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengaston. They all were present at that meeting. Okay? The meeting, which was moved to the office of the National Security Advisor, NSA, follows the failure of earlier talks between the two parties to resolve the lingering industrial dispute. Abubakar Bagudu, that's the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Mohammed Dinya, the Minister of Labour and Employment, representatives of the State Security Services, SSS, were present at the meeting. So it's a very serious matter. So I mentioned earlier that the draft, Tinubu's Independence Anniversary speech, a draft was sent to media houses, especially some of the prints, and they did their own editorials and put out. So Vanguard already captured a lot of the things the president said in his broadcast this morning at 7 a.m. The script has now been released officially. So I'll just read through what the president, Vanguard's capturing of what the president had to say. Nigeria at 65, the worst is over. We've turned a new corner. Tinubu. Remembering the founding fathers, Tinubu recalled the sacrifices and vision of the country's founding fathers, Herbert Macaulay, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, Margaret Egbo, Anthony Enahoro, Michael Okpara, Aminu Kano, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, and others, saying they believed it was Nigeria's manifest destiny to lead the entire black race as the largest black nation on earth. And then reflecting on Nigeria's journey since October 1, 1960, President Tinubu puts it this way: while we may not have achieved all the lofty dreams of our forebears, we have not strayed too far from them. In 65 years, we have made tremendous progress in economic growth, social cohesion, and fiscal development. At independence, Nigeria had 120 secondary schools and 2 tertiary institutions. Today, we have over 23,000 secondary schools, 274 universities, 183 polytechnics, and 236 colleges of education. We have witnessed a significant surge in healthcare infrastructure, telecommunications, aviation, and defense. The president equally acknowledged Nigeria's turbulent history, but noted that Nigerians weathered the storm and kept hope alive. We fought a bitter civil war, endured military dictatorships and political crises, but in all, we weathered every storm and overcame every challenge with courage and grit. According to him, for 65 years, Nigeria has endured profound social, economic, and political trials. Reading here, we survived the civil war, military dictatorship, and recurring political crisis. In spite of these setbacks, we have recorded progress in economic growth, education, healthcare, infrastructure, and social cohesion. At independence, Nigeria had just 120 secondary schools with 130,000 students. Today, there are over 23,000 secondary schools. In 1960, we had only the University of Ibadan and Yaba College of Technology. As of 2024, Nigeria boasts of 274 universities, 183 polytechnics, and 236 colleges of education. Healthcare, telecommunications, aviation, and financial services have all expanded remarkably. Declaring that, like the founding fathers, he had committed himself irrevocably to the unfinished business of nation building, President Tinubu said he inherited a near-collapsed economy distorted by decades of bad policies. However, faced with the choice of doing nothing or taking tough decisions, we chose reform. We chose tomorrow over the comfort of today. On this score, he said, upon assumption of office, our administration ended the corrupt fuel subsidy regime and abolished multiple foreign exchange rates that enriched a few while impoverishing the majority. Those bold steps redirected resources to education, healthcare, agriculture, infrastructure, and social investment programs. According to the president, the results of these tough decisions are evident, and we have finally turned the corner. The worst is over. Yesterday's pains are giving way for today's relief. Listing his achievements, President Tinubu puts them out. Nigeria's economy grew by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025, fastest in 4 years, surpassing IMF's projection of 3.4%, while inflation declined to 20.12% in August of 2025, the lowest in 3 years. 20 trillion naira was released realized from non-oil revenue by August of 2025, with 3.65 trillion naira raised in September alone, 411% higher than May 2023 levels. On fiscal health, debt service to revenue ratio reduced from 97% to below 50%. Ways and means advances cleared. Foreign reserves rose to $42.03 billion this September, the highest since 2019. Nigeria recorded 5 consecutive quarters of trade surplus, reaching 7.46 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2025, with non-oil exports hitting 48%. Our production rebounded to 1.68 million barrels per day, while Nigeria began refining PMS domestically for the first time in 4 decades. All share index in the stock market surged from 55,000 in May 2023 to 142,000 points by September 2025. Central Bank also slashed rates for the first time in 5 years. On insecurity, the president said our armed forces and security agencies are working tirelessly against terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. Boko Haram, ISWAP in the northeast, IPOP, ESN in the southeast, and the banditry in the northwest are being degraded. Hundreds of communities have been liberated, with thousands of people displaced, returning home. We salute the gallantry and sacrifices of our security operatives. To cater for the youth, who he described as Nigeria's greatest asset, the president outlined the various youth-oriented programs he's implementing, adding, "We must dream big, innovate and conquer more frontiers in science, technology, arts, and sports. Our young people are the future of this blessed country. We have launched policies and funding schemes to give them wings to fly. Nelfund Students Loan, 510,000 students across 36 states, and the FCT have access to 99.5 billion naira in loans, with 44.7 billion naira disbursed as upkeep allowance. Credit core loans, 153,000 Nigerians received 30 billion naira in affordable loans for solar energy, vehicles, home upgrades, and digital service devices. Youth Cred, tens of thousands of NYC members are now benefiting from consumer credit. IDICE program, in collaboration with AFDB, French Development Agency, Islamic Development Bank, we're empowering young innovators in digital and creative sectors. Going forward, the president said, we must acknowledge that these reforms brought temporary pains, high inflation, rising cost of living, and public discomfort. Yet the alternative was economic collapse. Our progress must not be measured by economic statistics alone, but by the food on our tables. The quality of education, electricity in our homes, and safety in our communities. And wow, the people that write these speeches, they are quite clever. Oh. They are really quite clever. Because when you read out all of those statistics, it comes down to what the people on the streets are saying. Like what Mr. Ndoko will always say. These things I don't feel it in my pocket. Like maybe there's a hole in your pocket. Maybe that's why it keeps leaking out. Fellow Nigerians, we are racing against time. We must build new roads and repair old ones. Construct schools and hospitals. Expand electricity to power industries and homes. Develop seaports, railways, and airports comparable to the best in the world. Decades of neglect left us with huge deficits, but our administration is correcting them. State and local governments have more resources to address grassroots development. Let us all be part of this work. Let us produce, not just consume. Let us farm our land, build factories, and patronize made in Nigeria goods. Let us pay our taxes and put Nigeria first. The dawn of a new Nigeria is here, self-reliant, prosperous, and united. With Almighty God on our side, we will overcome. Let all hands be on deck. Let us believe, once again, in the boundless potential of our great nation. President Tinubu. Premium Times, Pengasin strike poses threats to national energy security, NNPCL, but the strike should be called off anytime soon. So I'll allow you to read this story for yourself. It has very significant numbers of interest. Court strikes out Saraki's suit against the FCC and ICPC and others. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Tuesday struck out 2 suits filed by former Senate President Bukola Saraki at the Federal High Court in Abuja to seek protection against a plan by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to probe him. The judge, Mohammed Umar, struck out the 2 cases based on Saraki's notice of discontinuance of the case. So that's the story, really. You see, I need to pursue him again. So that's it. Pengasyn strike. Nigeria's national grid experiences generation shortfalls. NISO. All right, that's also another interesting story. But of course, with the truce reached now, things should return to stability, not normal stability. This is the newspaper. So this is the story. FG resolves Dangote refinery Pengasyn face-off. After a conciliation meeting held on Monday and Tuesday, the federal government has brokered peace in the face-off between Dangote Refinery and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasyn. A statement by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Mohammed Dinyadi, in the early hours of today, said after a lengthy discussion, the matter was resolved as follows. The Honourable Minister of Labour informed the meeting that unionization was a right of workers in accordance with the laws of Nigeria, and this right should be respected. After examining the procedure used in the disengagement of workers, when I was reading this, I was so eager to hear what they would say. The meeting agreed that the management of Dangote Group shall immediately start the process of taking the disengaged staff to other companies within the Dangote Group with no loss of pay. No worker will be victimized arising from their role in the impasse between Dangote and Pengasyn. Pengasyn agreed to start the process of calling off the strike. Both parties agreed to this understanding in good faith. The government team at the meeting included the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dinyadi, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Minister of State for Labour, Oyejocha Nkiruka, DG SSS, Adeola Ajayi, and Ambassador Mohammed. That's the DG of the NIA. So those are the stories for review this morning. Let me introduce 2025 Independence Anniversary panelist. We have J.C. Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, everybody.
Dr. C.J. Chinwa is also here. He's a legal practitioner, public affairs analyst, law teacher, and author living in Nigeria. Doctor, good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, Kelly, good morning. Happy Independence, all Nigerians, our country of births, over which we're always happy.
All right. Welcome.
And thankful to God. The way Williams is looking at it, better rejoice with us in Nigeria.
He lives in the country, so he knows everything about it.
Yeah, so,
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Okay, so let's begin in River State. The governor brokered a peace between the warring local government workers and Emo, her local government chairman. The practical steps they would take, they did not say. They did not reveal that. But it would seem that the strike that should have started midnight yesterday now, that's the early morning of today, has now been suspended. So that's one. But the second one is, I'm just thinking, the Rivers State government had announced activities for our independence anniversary. It seemed like they had only two. I think there was a Jumat prayer on Friday, and then there was a church service on Sunday, which the governor was in attendance, but he said nothing. The ceremonial parade has been cancelled, and the state government said they cancelled it like the federal government cancelled it. The federal government announced a cancellation of parade. The state government said the reason that they cancelled theirs is because the federal government cancelled theirs. I'm like, okay. The federal government's action must not decide what happens in the states. My first thinking. Second thinking is, the government was suspended, not dissolved, by my understanding. So, on resumption, the government ought to continue, at least, pending when some of those grey issues are resolved. I hear statements come from the office of the secretary to the state government, but it's signed by the permanent secretary. There's no mention of Tamil Narango in the office. So, I don't know if anyone is thinking of these things. Is the government of Fubara dissolved? Was it dissolved? Or is it dissolved now? If that isn't the case, shouldn't we know Because he had some commissioners. Yes, there was a few. Supreme Court gave a pronouncement, but the pronouncement was not to the effect that the office of the secretary to the state government stood dissolved. It didn't say so. Commissioners and appointees that did not receive the nod of the State House of Assembly as chaired by Martin Amewule, clearly they had to go. It was pretty much clear. Supreme Court made that clear. But then, there are those that they screened. I beg, is it just me? Or do we have a government now that literally just move at the dictates of the federal government? Let me begin with Dr. Chinwo. I was thinking about this morning. I'm like, what's going on?
One day, Prophet Daniel was praying and he said, to us belong confusion of faces. There is no doubt confusion of faces, if not of hearts, in river states. And it will take some time before everything stabilizes. But one thing we understand is that Ibas came here and went beyond what we thought should have been his brief as a state of emergency man.
Okay.
He came and broke down everything that remained of government in river states. Of course, we know of George Weke, who resigned and became renegade. He also expelled or kicked out the secretary of government, Tami Danagogo, as he kicked out every board, including the one I was in. And so he broke down every structure of government. The question now for us, and which may be what bothers you, is governor haven't returned. Did you have to return with your government structure?
Mm-hmm.
Or in the negotiations and settlement that went, did you say, well, for peace to reign, let those people go? As we know, he told his supporters to be calm and to forgo things. And I'm one of those who also have urged those who support him, I do support him, I do, that we should also let go. So maybe from time in the go secretary of government to every other person, including his chief of staff, they've all decided to let go. So the governor is now coming to rebuild, and he's going to rebuild his government based on the agreement, which we don't know. Nobody, I don't think you have heard of the contents of the agreement.
He's
the House
a big
of
guy. He's a big guy.
Yeah. I'm saying, started who have enough access to the happenings in the state. But even House of Assembly have not stated, all I hear is based on our agreement. So if the agreement will determine what the governor will rebuild. So that is why permanent secretary signed. We're even happy and pray that the permanent secretary were appointed by IBA, so those there may have the approval of all the sites. So Kelly, don't bother yourself too much. But you're entitled to be. I am, as you are, all citizens of Rivers State, because we know that a state can't really operate without the government. But when it is by the wrong persons or cadres, we're bound to be worried. But I've learned not to cry.
Dr. Chinwo, the moment the announcement was made,
yes,
that all elected officials in Rivers State were suspended,
yes,
and the governor left the government house,
yes,
we knew that his appointees all stood down as well. We knew that most of his appointees stood down, especially commissioners.
Ibas specifically kicked them out.
That's why I'm
not standing down.
That's what I'm going to. Before Ibas made the announcement,
yes,
in view of the emergency rule and whatever powers or directives he was given to act, on resumption of duty, there was a government in place. At least there was a government in place. If Ibas replaced the boards, so ordinarily, Worika that was serving as SSG should continue on. If we're going by the pronouncements of Ibas, if Ibas said all of these things were dissolved, meaning that Tami Danago and the rest of them had lost their jobs, he appointed the secretary to the state government, so Worika should still be in that position.
No.
If we're going by the pronouncement of Ibas.
Ibas came, kicked out his and created an emergency government.
Okay.
That's why Orika and all those rest come in. Emergency government. Whatever structure they are occupying, we are for the purpose of his emergency. But then he kicked out those who are on the permanent basis. The question that we should bother is that if governor was suspended and he has returned, shouldn't the people he had appointed be suspended and returned? Unless he told them, I don't want to. But the reason why they can't return or have not returned is because those people became items of settlement or negotiation.
So it is now a case of what was agreed on.
Exactly. Though we don't know the content, but apparently what's agreed on is let whatever Ibas did remain standing without being questioned. So you come in, Governor, you will start afresh on terms and conditions that will apply.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you. You know, the question first you asked is that the federal government has cancelled the
parade. I'll bring it back.
And then the Rivers State government said in the same manner they have also cancelled parade. And then you now came with the question, why? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. That question is simple. Even you know the answer. Rivers State is still operating from Abuja. Rivers State, as I speak now, is, will I call it, a department of the Federal Capital Territory or a ministry of the Federal Capital Territory. That is why whatever affects Abuja will affect Rivers State.
It's more like whatever Abuja decides to do is what Rivers State
So whatever Abuja decides to do, Rivers State will do likewise. Now, you see, when we talk about Rivers State today, this brings me, Kelly, you recall that from day one, I've always said, thank God, the gladiators said peace have returned. They have made peace, which we saw on TV, two of them holding hands. And I have always maintained, what is the condition? This peace is at whose expense? What? Tell us. This is Rivers State. Our governor has gone to make peace, which is good. What conditions are attached to this peace? And you and I, it's obvious today that the things we are hearing on grapevine, it is manifesting one after the other. Let me tell you, what was the contention? First and foremost, was it not structure? The issue of structure in Rivers State. Just like my learning student and my lecturer said, Ebas came here. Ebas came here to set the structure. That was what Ebas was asked to come and do. Why he now carries the money and do whatever he wants to do? Set the structure for the person that wants the structure. Otherwise, tell me, why should a sole administrator come? Board, well-constituted board, were all dissolved. You know, it brings to the point that
well-constituted board.
I mean the boards, like the board where the RISEC
and
maybe some of them.
Some of them, of course, it would be a
some of them.
way of putting it.
I know. Okay, let me say majority of them.
I don't know majority, but
some of them. I think it let it just.
Yes. Okay, let's leave it there.
Because
now,
you know what I mean now by some of them.
Okay. Yes.
The screening process.
Oh, yes. Does he have the power to do that? The answer is emphatic no. So the man. There's something my people say that when war ends, that is when war begins.
Of course, now.
That is what is happening in Rivers State today. Even, Kelly, let me tell you something. Even the people on the other side of the divide, people who say they are against Governor Fubara, even them, they are confused now. Because they don't even know what is happening in the state. They don't know. The governor himself, I wouldn't come here to say he doesn't know. He knows, but his hands are tied. He can't do anything. Otherwise, just look at Rivers State today. No secretary to the state. Appointment of SSG and appointment of chief of staff. You don't need to go to the House of Assembly for that screening. You don't need to. Now ask yourself. It's over, if I'm not mistaken, it's over 2 weeks that the governor returned.
Okay, this weekend.
this
weekend.
Okay, even if it's a week.
No, this weekend. That's 2 days from now. No.
Yes.
That'll be 2 weeks.
Even if it's 1 day. The appointment of SSG and chief of staff is something governor can sit down in his bedroom and tell his chief press secretary, go and announce, I have appointed. But today, you should ask yourself, what is holding this? Tami Danagogo and what's the other? Eddie Sirehi, SSG and chief of staff respectively. Tell me, they don't even know their fate. As much as even the governor don't even know the fate of those people that he appointed. It's a problem. It is now. Let me tell you, it's now Rivers State we are in for the trouble. Because, you know what? The House of Assembly came in the very first day they sat on the plenary. You know what the speaker said? He said 2 things. You remember we discussed there. That the governor should send a budget. I mean a bill. Appropriation bill to them that they are waiting. And the governor should send list of commissioners immediately as they agreed. Is that not? Is that something somebody should hear? And governor himself probably, see at this point, in as much as I have supported Governor Fubara, and I will still support him, but I feel for that young man now, because Governor Fubara, as I speak, I believe he doesn't even know. Rivers people are watching him. That is another problem. Rivers people are just watching. Let us see. If this so-called agreement we are hearing and this, that they have refused to make public, let us see what Governor Fubara will do. He's aware of that Rivers people are watching him. And the same Governor Fubara is being careful on not to have problems with his Oga again. So the man is in dilemma. And who are the people suffering? Rivers State is suffering. Nothing is moving. Let me even tell you, Kelly. My lecturer senior and my lecturer is here. The office of the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice. Do you know how many people are suffering in prison today? Because there are so many things that the permanent secretary cannot do that must be done by the Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General. Okay. People are suffering. Nothing is happening. Nothing. I feel for my state.
We'll go for the news. When we come back, we'll take the views of Mr. Ndukwe, and then we'll just move on to some of the other things. Please stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a probe into the death of Somto Chukwu Maduagu, a news anchor and producer with Arise Television. Maduagu died on Sunday in an armed robbery incident at a residence in the Katape district of Abuja. In a statement issued yesterday by Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, President Tinubu said he received the news of her passing with deep sorrow. He also commiserated with the bereaved family, assuring Nigerians that his administration remains committed to ensuring the safety and security of all citizens and will continue to strengthen measures aimed at combating crime in all its forms. The Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, PTAD, has announced the start of implementation of the new pension increments for pensioners under the defined benefit scheme, saying the adjustments will be reflected in the September 2025 payroll cycle. In a statement signed by management and posted on its X handle, PTAD said the increase package includes a fixed 32,000 naira payment alongside percentage increases of 10.66% and 12.66% 0.95% for eligible categories, which will benefit about 832,000 pensioners under its management. Peter had in August announced President Bola Tinubu had approved a series of measures, including new welfare benefits for pensioners under DBS. The approval follows a former request by Peter's Executive Secretary, Tolulokwe, seeking an emergency budgetary allocation to implement pension reforms and welfare benefits for the scheme's retirees. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has announced the withdrawal, suspension, or cancellation of 101 pharmaceutical products effective immediately. The decision is contained in a statement released on the agency's X handle. According to the statement, affected products are therefore no longer permitted for manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, sale, and use within Nigeria. It explained that a list of products can be accessed on the NAFDAC website. On the foreign scene, U.S. scientists have, for the first time, made early-stage human embryos for manipulating DNA taken from people's skin cells and then fertilizing it with sperm. The technique could overcome infertility due to old age or disease by using almost any cell in the body as the starting point for life. It could even allow same-sex couples to have a genetically related child. The method requires a significant refinement which could take a decade before a fertility clinic could even consider using it. Experts say it's an impressive breakthrough, but there needs to be an open discussion with the public about what science was making possible. And that is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Verberge Imperial Hotel. Experience luxury and comfort. Verberge Imperial Hotel is a premier indigenous catering and hotel services provider in Port Harcourt. Our hotel offers a range of well-furnished rooms with modern facilities, ensuring comfortable stay for our guests. Our modern event halls can accommodate over 500 guests, making us the ideal venue for conferences, seminars, weddings, etc. Our state-of-the-art facilities include 24 hours electricity supply, constant and steady internet services, CCTV cameras for enhanced security, fully armed security guards, trained professional personnel. We pose a conducive environment as our hotel is located in a quiet and peaceful environment perfect for relaxation and focus. Our location is at Bank Anthony Avenue off Ordnance Junction, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. Contact us today for inquiries, booking and reservation. Please call 0803-272-4646, 0906-557-0873. Delivering Imperial Hospitality services at Verberg Imperial Hotel.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115, 0912 994 7115, or 0813 572 3222, 0813 572 3222.
God, get ready. It is time to shine. PGC Mantle and Celebration Service is divine. Join us on October the 2nd by 4:30 p.m. Don't be late at the Miracle House as we mark our 5 years anniversary celebration. 5 years of miracles, 5 years of praise, 5 years of God's faithfulness. Expect soul-lifting music, comedy, word, prophetic encounters, and mantle give-out galore. Host Pastor Mark Miracle, ministering in comedy. Danny Spry, Worry Bros, Bishop M. Charles, ministering in songs. Rejoice EJ, Pastor Dow Gilbert, TJ PG Vocals, Jerry Sachs, and PGC New Wine. Don't miss this encounter. Come and worship more. The venue is Prestige Gospel Center, 74B, off ATA Road, behind Christ Holy Church, Mboba Flyover, Port Harcourt. Call 0916-766-4912. For more information, don't hesitate. See you on October the 2nd. It's going to be a blast.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Hello and welcome to another wonderful time on radio with Pips Global. I've got Mr. Dan Ako, a financial coach, and Mr. Emmanuel Ihoma, lead instructor at Pips Global. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, my brother. Thank you, Port Harcourt people.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much. So tell me this, Mr. Dan Ako, what is Pips Global about?
All right, thank you. Pips Global indigenous company with an all-international recognized tools that can help you profit and succeed daily in the digital financial market. Now, permit me to talk about the financial market in a bit. This market is an opportunity-based market that allows everyone and anybody to learn the skill, master the skill, and profit daily from the market. Okay. Now, please underline the word learn the skill and master the skill. For example, we tell people, we said in forex trading, there is a process or a period of learning, and there is a period of mastery. So that's what a lot of people don't understand. The period of mastery is the period of direct mentorship. You see, all of these things Pips Global give to you. So, for example, I was a struggling pastor myself. I was a preaching pastor, yes, in the street of Port Harcourt, and I was actually struggling, in fact, selling Gary just to keep up my ministry work. But it's a whole lot of struggle until I heard about forex trading, until I heard about this digital market. I learned it, and I tell people, I said, you've got to wait. You've got to learn. That's the mistake a lot of people do. They don't want to wait. They don't want to learn. All they want to do is to earn. And we said the learning comes first before the earning. Okay. So if you are able to learn the skill, master the skill, you can actually profit via our mentorship every single day. So the word is, are you ready to learn something new? Can you follow the instruction of the market? If the market is pointing to you that you should wait because we have a consolidating time, a period whereby the market actually floats. So if you are to wait, are you going to wait? So these are instructions we get from the market. We apply professionally just so we can profit from this same market. So that is what Pips Global is all about, if you permit me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dan. I am very inspired. Well, tell me this. What makes Pips Global tools unique?
Okay, number one is that we are a company that is not profit oriented but impact oriented. Okay. A lot of company comes in and actually bamboos people on how they can actually fund an account so that they can start trading immediately. We tell our students, no, that's wrong. That's the wrong step. Have you been able to learn? Have you been able to use the demo account to be able to do something for yourself? If you are able to do that, then we can actually evaluate you and to know whether you could fund or not. And even in the funding, we advise you, because you don't start high, you start small. You know, so a lot of people get these things wrong. In Pips Global, we actually looking for how we can impact people. I tell people, I said, this is now my ministry, to impact people using the digital market, and it's working. We've got a lot of exciting testimonies, testimonials of people that are actually trading in our platforms. But that's just by the way. So number one is the impact-based orientation, and another one is the mentorship, the direct mentorship we offer. Have you been to a place whereby you just get to the platform and everyone abandons you? You don't know your left from your right, and they let you to assess the market just on your own, and you make lots of blunders in the market. In Pips Global, it's never like that. Pips Global will hold you by the hands and actually mentor you directly. We give you one-on-one mentorship. If you can call, you can call. If you can chat, you can chat. There is always a team awaiting you to just respond to your questions. And that is the direct mentorship we are talking about. Number three, we tell people we have the learning and the earning process. The learning and the earning process is whereby you are learning and you are using our copy trading strategy platform to make profit by yourself. This means that it is a hand-free process, a process that allows you to be learning, but you are connected to a strategy that helps you to profit daily. You are connected to a strategy that can actually give you wins, just like the masters. So this strategy is automated. So these are platforms that we have put in place just so that people are not just earning, but are excited in learning. The last one is that we have the Trade Hub and also the physical trading section where we make learning exciting. You know, people learn as if they are kids because we have actually put in place these platforms and strategies for them. And so this is the reason why Peace Global will actually be unique. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dan, for sharing such knowledge. What's happening tomorrow?
Now, yeah, that's true. Tomorrow is a big one, actually. Okay. Now, before I go on with the tomorrow information, I did like everyone listening to me to put down this number. Okay. The number is 0812 116 8440. I call that number again, 0812 116 8440. The number is going to give you a free seat at the tomorrow's event. The tomorrow's event is a big event where we are putting together all of our best hands together, and they are going to be showing you, the life charts and also the process on how you can actually build a career if you are interested in learning this skill. So tomorrow we are having a presentation that allows you to know more about this market. You have questions. You've even asked yourself, why I've gotten knowledge about this market already, but I'm still losing. Come tomorrow. We are going to show you why you're losing. What is the solution? We are giving you the solution tomorrow. And another beautiful thing again is that get to know that tomorrow is free. And now somebody says, he says it's a big one. What makes it big? What makes it big is that if you've ever been to Peace Global and they have actually told you that, you've got to pay a certain amount of money to access our tools, to access our services, to train you, I want to tell you, we now train you for free for a period of time. Meaning that there is a promo running in Peace Global right now that allows you to get this training, our services for free. Access the platforms for free. You are paying nothing to anybody. All you need to do is just to be at that event. For you to be at that event is to SMS the word mentorship to this number 0812 116 8440. I call that number again, 0812 116 8440. The time for this event is 10 a.m. in the morning. Venue is the Heart of Port Harcourt, plot 136 NTA Road, Port Harcourt. As you SMS mentorship now, someone is getting back to you. The number again is 0812 116 8440.
All right, so Mr. Emmanuel Ihoma, please answer me this. What category of persons should attend tomorrow's event?
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Everybody is expected at this event. Okay. So long you can be able to earn a living for yourself, you can come for this event tomorrow because it's happening live at Peace Global. Just like my mentor said, he was a practicing pastor. Even men of God who feel that they need other means in which they can be able to take care of their family can come for this event. We need medical doctors, we need practicing lawyers, even students that are in the higher institutions that really wants to learn how to navigate the digital market can come for this event tomorrow. So you can use this opportunity to send an SMS to this number 0812 116 8440. 0812 116 8440. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Dan, I'll just ask you this because we are pressed for time. Please, your short advice for those who have tried and failed.
Let me give my counsel, my humble advice to those that have actually tried and failed. And I want to tell you that it is a normal thing. I remember traveling to Lagos to learn, and then at a certain certification course, I lost about $4,000, and that pained me but that's the learning process. Leaving that program, I know what I learned and I made more than what I lost. So the thing is, now you are doing something wrong. Definitely, that is why you actually lost, or that's why you're losing in the market. And I can tell you via experience that we that have gotten this experience over the years, decades, we've spent a lot of time in this industry. We can actually put you through. We can actually show you your wrongs, and we can correct these wrongs and make it right for you, so that you can start profiting. It's possible. Now, the venue, like I said, is the heart of Port Harcourt, NTA Road by Location Bridge. All you just need to do is SMS the word mentorship to the number 0812 116 8440. We are giving out some lucky winners are going to be winning some good amount of money in dollars. If you come early enough, you increase your chances of actually being a lucky winner. SMS the word mentorship to this number 0812 116 8440. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank
Dan,
you for Taco. Yeah.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's get on with our conversation this morning. It's the newspaper review segment, today's quest, this 65th Independence Anniversary edition on Today 95.1 FM. Well, yours truly, Kelly Kemenjma is my name. President Tinubu is speaking tall, very tall of Nigeria and his achievements as president. We'll talk about that in a bit. But let me go to Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe about these are the things I've observed in Rivers State. First, I find it really strange that the state government will say they are cancelling their initially planned parade. They are cancelling the initially planned parade because the federal government cancelled theirs. I'm like, is that how it's supposed to be? You see, the mic is live. That's our engineer's voice. We understand. Please go on, Mr. Ndukwe. There are many persons working behind the scenes, so that's one of them. Mr.
You
Ndukwe.
see, Kelly, I don't think it's the way. I quite frankly believe that the state should have its own autonomy. But I think low-key celebration has always been it seems to be that everything about celebration is low-key in this country now. So long as it's not something that borders on a political party. So the independence, again, thinking about the other way, because there are always two faces, if not three faces to any coin. Because when you have the two faces, you have the one that runs around. That's the third face. Now, Kelly, I hope authorities, both at states and center, are doing well what they should do. If not, why is it that they are no longer celebrating their independence? Every time low-key, every time low-key. So it could be they don't believe in themselves, what they are doing, that makes them to be shifting it to low-key. You know, at time of military, we were thinking maybe they are afraid of a coup or whatever. The president comes there, he could be picked. After all, look at Israel. With all the fortifications and all that, was it Yitzhak Rabin also that was fired right everywhere in a gathering? Everybody was there. So it could happen to countries that are not as strong as Israel. So right now, Kelly, if I will support this state, even though it's somehow awkward, that because you see federal government do like this, you also turn it that way. But I think, you remember what I always say, that federal government is like a mirror to all the states. And whatever they are doing, the states will try to copy. If you go to other states now, apart from Rivers, you may also hear they are low-key, low-key. Why is this low-key coming to become something general? Because federal government has always enjoyed this low-key celebration of this October 1st.
that is making me think, do they believe in themselves at all, in what they are doing? That's what I have. But you remember, I have not said something about...
No, that's what I want to ask you now.
Okay.
About the composition of the current government in Rivers State.
Kelly, the truth is that our government of Fubara was not dissolved. The way I look at issues, I might be alone in that circle, or there are a few individuals.
At least it's primary cabinet.
Mm-hmm. See, those that were not approved by the assembly, their names should go back if those are the people Fubara want. But the SAG and the chief of staff, I think that's what they call the Edison one.
Yeah.
Good. See, I don't know why he has not made the reappointment, because he has come back. You know, when they say peace, 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 on this platform I said peace has not come. They have not brokered any peace. In fact, it's now that trouble starts. That's what I said. And it's on record. I say that, and I'll keep on saying, you know why? I have been involved in settlement of people that are mature. A lot of them, even those that ordinarily, if not that, you know, every man will have his what in his enclave. So those who know me will come, Oga, please put mouth here. And I've been involved in such. And I know signs of unending problem when it shows itself. Kelly, you remember that time after we watched the movie, as it were, the Asorok piece? We said, okay. And I used my eyes and counted the people that were there. I didn't see many of them representing Fubara. I said, okay, that's the first nag. The second one was when we read something, I don't know whether it was from the FCT minister, that Fubara should tell his supporters not to be telling him all those things they are telling him. He gave certain specifics there. I said, in that case, a pall of darkness and confusion is going to be on Rivers State and Rivers State governance for a long time, until the people that are there in this problem recognize that no, we have to sheath sword, our swords. What do I mean by that, Kelly? You've seen it. Everything depends on that particular opaque to the people, not themselves. That opaque agreement, we don't know what they agreed. It could be that in that agreement they told Fubara, you see, you will not appoint anybody, pin, and he accepts for peace to reign. And this is the type of thing I talking will not accept, Kelly. If you push me like wheelbarrow, that means you can reach a hole and push me into it. Because I said yes. Because why I'm saying this is, how can a permanent is it a permanent secretary that good be signing anything while the governor is back? Are there still strings attached around him? Is he still? I thought whatever our people said, you know, there's a parable Williams made here. He said, I can't remember exactly, but
when the war ends.
Thank you very much. It was on that platform that I said, no, crisis is beginning. It's just like, Kelly, let me give you an instance. Sometimes people say that these people are quarreling, they are quarreling. Come, let's go and do oath. Take oath. They use razor blade and mark somebody. The blood will stream out. The other one, they'll mix the two blood and say, okay, lick it, it will settle. It is at that time that the snake could strike. I'm telling you. So if such thing come to you, don't lick any blood. Don't. See, what has happened now is that they have agreed, you will not do this, you will not do this, and Fubara has agreed. That means, like I said before, if Fubara wants to cough, Abuja has to verify that cough, if it's real or not. Now, you also want to sneeze, they will verify. Why will it be that we won't have SSG? It's not subject to submission to assemblymen and women for ratification.
No, but you know, another thing I'm thinking is, we've always said here that governance shouldn't be done as a secret cult.
Yes.
Is the governor with an obligation, or perhaps if he thinks that people may be thinking and talking about these things, right? Inform the people. You don't have to tell the people the details of that meeting, but you can tell the people what the current state of the government is. That is, we have returned. You know, when he did that address was thanking the president, stating why he was loyal to the president, while he did not pursue the legal questions about his impeachment. That was all he said. But perhaps the next thing is, Rivers people, maybe there are concerns about the state of the government and this and that. We are going to reconstitute our government. New commissioners have to be appointed. This and that. At least you have told the people that this is what to expect. This is not a new government. It's a government that existed for 2 years, was suspended by the president. Legal questions hang around that, which the Supreme Court, unfortunately, are still yet to decide on. But the government has returned. The government seemed like a fresh government that is still trying to pull its allies together and making decisions as to who to appoint and who not to appoint. Can't the government speak to its people? Like, speak.
Kelly, it cannot speak. You see,
no, you made the government. You don't need to tell the people the details of what your plans are. You can just tell the people.
It does appear that Kelly, you don't understand this thing the way it is.
Kelly, it cannot speak. You know why? It has come to a round table for peace. I have said, if there is any way I see injustice, I cannot succumb to peace. Let that crisis continue so that those that will learn something from it, the final resolution will learn it. But when you allow convoluted injustice somewhere, and then you say peace should triumph as a result of that, I'm keeping quiet, you remain dumb continuously, because if, like you are saying, if he picks some and then reveal like that tell him, we told you not to say anything. Leave them.
Eh?
Yes. I'm telling you. Now, see what happened. What happened happened between them and among them. They told him, according to, I think we read it here, that he will not come for second term. Do you remember that? See, the thing is so embracing. They have calculated the whole thing. And that was why the assembly on the first sitting issued those decrees, as it were. And what did he say? Kelly, I've never seen that kind of thing. I'm not bothered because these are things I know, and that's why I said there's no peace, rather there's continuation of crisis.
Dr. Chiwon, you don't also think that the governor cannot at least inform the people?
Whenever a leader speaks, like Tinubu spoke this morning,
yes,
you don't want to become speechless. There was once Buhari, who was saying Buhari speaks, so he spoke. And then Sheikh Sani said, when he spoke, we became speechless. What I mean is that we want him to speak to us on some substance. If the governor of Rivers State comes now to tell us that we will appoint government commissioners in due course, we will become speechless because we expected him to tell us this are the commission, not that he will appoint. The law and politics know he will appoint.
No, but at least he would have said something.
No, he would have said something, but I don't think it's not right. In the Bible says the word of a king, there is power. There must be power in the statement of a governor so that we know where we're going to. So perhaps he has to wait until things are properly done. Until it may be that anxiety increases. Maybe we expect so much. It may be that we expected he could have done faster. But you see, I myself, I first tell myself and tell everybody to understand the peculiar situation of Governor Siminalayi Fubara in Rivers State today, which are not his making. To me, I put it as making of Rivers people. I've written an article the other day, and happily it was well received. Fubara was made governor by Wike. Rivers people, we thought it was a joke. Maybe that teach us a lesson that no man should be allowed to make another man, particularly at the level he did. So, having done so, and with our resources, Wike made a way for himself, went to Abuja, got Abuja. I don't think I want to vouch for the judiciary. I don't think I want to stand here and say I vouch for him that he didn't make the judiciary. But Fubara may have trusted the judiciary. I see A.J. Chinwo disappointed at what the judiciary turned out to do. Fubara may have trusted Rivers people. Rivers people failed him. The failure of Rivers is not intentional. It's because of helplessness. For a long time, this state democratic power has been snatched from the people of Rivers State. Those who in principle understood that is not right are completely out. The others who are worshipping at the table of those who hold the power, they give them little crumbs there and they eat and they jump at it. So they will have lost democratic power. So Fubara comes back to realize that the people I trusted, I hoped on, can't help. Can't help. So the power is back to Nyesom Wike. Like we were talking about Toye Kodari. I said, don't enter Nyesom Wike, don't look for party. This state now is in the hand of Nyesom Wike, very capable, in a very capable way he has done it. So some of these questions, with all respect, I wish we can direct it at the Minister of FCT. Incidentally, when he directed it, I'm the governor. But he knows he's the government. So please, I wish that you can spare him. Fubara cannot appoint commissioners on his own today. And you see, if he also pushes, please give me your list early. The next thing you want to push me, you want to direct me? It's an unfortunate situation we've got into. Look, like Jesse said here, the challenges we face for River State will be now more. In the past 2 years, we are our El Dorado. In the remaining 1.5 years of our state, I don't know how it will be, but I wish for those who claim they have all the power to understand that at the end of the day, they're not going to turn out better. It's all of us who face it.
Mr. Williams. You see, Kelly and our listeners, don't forget, just recently, in one of your sister stations, the President General of GBI, was Bright right? Went there and said, why should Fubara supporters be rejoicing? That is an offense of Fubara too. That his supporters were rejoicing and dancing at the airport is Fubara's sin. You see, like I said, I always say, when something has fallen on the ground, even if it's on a marble, it has touched sand. You see the point where now in River State, Governor Fubara is in a serious dilemma. You know, let me tell you something. Fubara's problem, away from the problem he's having with his Oga, Fubara's problem started with Rivers people. The day Rivers State people saw Fubara, Governor Fubara, and Nyesom Wike hold hands, say they have settled. They have settled. You know what the implication of that is that it was just about Chief Nyesom Wike and Governor Fubara, not Rivers people. Like Rivers people originally thought that they were fighting a Rivers battle with Governor Fubara. I said before, Governor Fubara himself know now the Rivers people. Do you hear any elder in Rivers to talk about Governor Fubara again? Governor Fubara know that Rivers people are just watching him. Don't forget, it's the same Governor Fubara that went to church and said that his spirit has left the government house, that he was no longer interested. All of a sudden, they cornered him and went and snapped picture that they have made peace. The point is, like I've always said, my only regret is that Rivers people are suffering. But Governor Fubara haven't seen the danger. You know, at some point, there was a time we heard that Governor Fubara, one of the issues he had with his Oga was that when he said he wanted to resign. And so Oga say, no, you must not resign. When Governor Fubara say, my spirit have, you that is fighting for me, that say you are fighting for me, do you know that my spirit have even left government house? So what happened thereafter? That is where we are now in Rivers State. Governor Fubara, remember I also came here in this your session, Kelly. I said, Governor Fubara, we are saying Governor Fubara has returned. Oh, 18th should read September, let him come back. And I said, is he coming to be a siren governor? Is he not manifesting now? If a governor cannot appoint his own chief of staff, cannot appoint secretary to the state government.
Well, he has not told us yet. I'm just curious.
Kelly, let me tell you. You see these two positions. You see these two positions. That is the point now. You will never hear him say, because that is the condition. Because Rivers people celebrated the return of all the suspension of the emergency rule, and then somebody say that is a sin of Fubara. For people, other people rejoice, and Fubara now is the cause. So that is to tell you that Governor Fubara, you might expect him from now to the end of 2027. He will not do PEM, because if he does anything, if he says anything, whether in their favor or against them, the point is, who asked you to speak?
Okay.
When God has not asked you to speak.
Okay. We're going to talk about this yesterday. So there is this net policy of the federal government. And one of the practical ways in understanding it is the requiring of NYC members, those that are being mobilized for camp, to resubmit their final year projects for assessment. They say it's going to achieve two things. One, it will help them authenticate those that actually pass through schools, the graduates. And two, the quality of graduates coming out from our universities.
So who will assess it? And when will they assess it?
Well, that's why we're talking about it now. Because they say by invoking sections 2, sub 4 and 4 and 16(1)(c) of the NYC Act, Tinubu directed that no graduate, whether from a Nigerian or foreign institution, will be mobilized for or exempted from NYC without proof of compliance with the net policy. The directive was conveyed through a circular by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, which takes effect from October 6. Under the net framework, students are required to deposit academic outputs, including thesis and project reports, as part of a national effort to curb certificate fraud and to preserve Nigeria's intellectual assets. According to Section 6.1.23 of the policy, the requirement serves as an independent quality assurance measure and proof of academic enrollment. Let me begin with the academic in the studio.
Well, Kelly, I really feel for the educational sector in this country. I've never seen any sector that has been so tampered with by every administration, military, civilian. This country, I started primary school when it was January to December. Along the line, you say September to July. We started when it was primary 1 to 6. Along the line, they say we have left. They say this 633. All there along the line 699 basic blah blah. Can a nation progress which does not have faith in itself? Can a nation progress that does not have faith in its institutions? We don't trust our universities. The universities don't trust the government on the certificates they produce. They don't trust the lecturers that they engage and pay. And so, otherwise, what are you talking about? All right, if the last convocation of Rivers State University, over 8,000 students did convocation, of whom about 5,000 or more are undergraduates. Now there are over 100 universities graduating students in this country. If they produce an average of 2,000 students per annum and send it to NYSC, who will look at it? Who will even receive it to keep?
That's those 2,000 projects, yeah?
Yes. Who will receive 2,000 times 100? Times 100. That's about 1 million. Is it not? If I don't mathematics is very. Well, it's not.
You're correct.
It's not okay. Who will receive that to even count them and keep?
All right.
And then record that CAJH1, his project is on Equator Customary Law. He record it somewhere. Then Kelly's own is on SYZ. A man's own is this. And then by the time you finish recording, when will you mobilize? we just wake up and think of something on the wave of the brain. When Wike was in government in River State, something I conceived a new method of government they call whimsocracy. Whims, when government is dictated by whims, whatever whim, you wake up. Whimsocracy. That was something Nigeria. How would they work it out? Okay, whether it is online or you are sending it, or it is a physical project you are sending, who will receive? Where will they store it? After year 1, this 1 year they bring the other one, or you receive and born.
It's final year. Final
year. The first year of the research, maybe this current final year student, when they send their own from all the universities in this country, they send to NYC.
And outside the country.
And outside the country, from India to Canada. When they now finish, then you store it in one room. So you burn it. A lot of things don't make sense. People will laugh at us. And that is coming because you don't trust your university institutions. The university are certified, and you don't trust yourself. It shouldn't be difficult for you to go and find a better way to go and verify that these students that said they came from this university and has a certificate, that these certificates are real. What's the certificate is saying that everything that should have been done by this person has been done. So we satisfy. If I'm a university certifies him on our own honor that is a worthy person that can deal with. They want me to come and prove to you that no, he attended year 1, bring his year 1 results, and then the next is bring his lecturer. Why? What's wrong with us educational system? And we think we can compete with the world. A lot of things are showing that we're serious people, unserious. Nobody thinks about it. So when I asked all this, my son, we were laughing. He used to be mobilized for everybody. So I hope you have your project. And he said, yes, it's there. But some things doesn't make sense.
Well, Kelly, I don't have much to say here. Than I think federal government itself is using its hands in the constructing obstructions that is drawing education system backward. And one thing I have noticed is that since in fact, in the military era, this one will come, the Minister of Education will come and then make sure that he occupied this ministry some time ago, he'll come up with a poor policy. Another one will come and then bury the other policy and start his own. You heard when, what's his name, the one that came, was it Buhari era? No. The one that said about this, unless you are 16 years old.
Mama, Dr. Mama.
It's Tinubu now. Tinubu's the first minister.
Now, this one is not following that pattern. I don't understand what is going on. Whether they want to cure education or to kill it. And that's why President Tinubu this morning, as we are hearing from Owerri, said all those monies that were, as it were, retrieved from
subsidy.
Yes, subsidy. Have now been plowed into education. In other words, there's progress in education, yet the ding-dong is still on between them and ASO.
Hospitals are well equipped.
Hospital, just tell me, Kelly, hospitals, government hospitals that are well equipped.
Well, he didn't say government hospitals, he said we have hospitals.
No.
Well equipped hospitals.
It's possible now.
Like Lucas, like Chelsea.
I am not talking about
what is the one in River State?
Kelly, I'm not talking about whether he was specific that is government hospitals. When he said hospital, well-equipped hospitals,
yes,
now it's just like Dangote. Government is not lying. Without activity, let the private sector be doing everything. Now, if you have...
They create the environment now.
Yes. Hold on.
Shouldn't they take the credit for it?
No, create the environment. The environment is antithetical to their own. Their own. Because if they establish hospitals, they have at least, by now, we understand that UPTS should be their own. Go there. I said in the afternoon, with the hot sun, mosquitoes will pursue you. Is it not something that can be stopped? It can be stopped. But mosquitoes in there, if you go to... what is there, something MC, Weri and Omwahia, the same thing.
Federal Medical Centers.
Yes, the same thing. Is it owned by Emmanuel Ndukwe? So when all these things that we're here, Nigeria is progressing, I say, okay, let it be progressing. It's only maybe maybe people like me are not meant to see the progress. So let me just keep quiet. Those that are seeing, I'm sure Williams, perhaps they are seeing the progress we are recording now.
Mr. Williams, do you appreciate this policy?
You see, first and foremost, let me even ask. Do you know the qualification of the current Minister of Education?
I haven't checked.
I hear he's a medical doctor.
Alausa?
Yes, Alausa, a medical doctor. You see, where we are in Nigeria today is where government is like what a dog said. We're so crazy. Somebody will just sit down, wake up, and say, this government is about to end. Oh, they've not heard my name. Let me say something. That is just the truth. Otherwise, tell me how a right-thinking human being will come up. And I believe that this may be a memo. This thing that may be a memo from the so-called Dr. Alausa.
It's from the Ministry of Education.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a memo to Mr. President. And then, of course, Mr. Alausa's name have to be heard. And then he has to do something.
And we're discussing now.
And what I would not discussing Dr. Alausa now. If this didn't come up.
But from October 6, corps members would have no choice but to comply with this policy.
No. It's not about complying. It's the workability. It's not about complying. Today, Kelly. But for this, me and you, some of us don't even know the name of the Minister of Education. That is how, when Maman, my former DG in the law school, Dr. Maman, who was the first Minister of Education under Tinubu, he came with his own and said, if you are not up to 18, you cannot write JAMB. You cannot go to tertiary institution. The big men in the system, who now even they want to be faster than God. At the age of 13, you just to make you feel that your own child is not doing well. They tell you, their child at the age of 13, excellent. He has passed away 9 A's, JAMB 1 million over 400. He has to go to invest. It's still them that killed that proposal of Mama. And Mama didn't survive it. Today he's no longer minister. Alausa have come. So what I was saying in a nutshell, can we just start? So let me tell you, my days in primary school, you cannot be a teacher in primary school if you didn't attend teacher training college, TTC. Those days, those people, they come, they bring them to our school, they teach us. Inspectors come to inspect what they are doing to know if they are teaching us the right thing. These are trained teachers. But today in Nigeria, we are just interested in, I don't want. There is somebody I know. Today is in a university. But Kelly, if I tell you that person, I don't want to get more angry. Now, the system is so bad that anybody just want to just say something, let your name be that you have said something. Otherwise, there is no way a university, when you get to final year, all of us that went to university, you do a project. Your project supervisor scrutinizes it, approves it. You go and defend your project. The school, before they graduate, they say this person for character and in learning.
They want to verify now.
What are they verifying? It's like this issue of post-UTME. It's about the same thing. On the side of university, those days, you will write JAMB. Your JAMB result is out. You have passed. You have failed. If you have passed, school will give you admission. But today, I don't understand the kind of checkmating that university, just to make money. Now, you will write JAMB and pass. University say, no, we cannot give you admission. You have to write post-UTME. You can write JAMB and fail post-UTME. University will not give you admission. Meanwhile, it is the same university that will forward the names of admitted candidates to JAMB. What are we doing? It's just to raise money? See, it's a funny system. It's not going to work. Even if it will start by 6th of October, as they said, it is the same people, the same Alausa and his group, that it will be done on them. When the weights will go, Okay, just like my lecturer said, let's assume 500,000 what do you call it, graduates.
But the numbers will be huge.
It will be huge. That's what I say. So Kelly, who will sit there?
I'm surprised to know that nobody has started to think about that.
Nobody. Who will sit there and begin to even if you have to send that in soft copy, even if you have to send the soft copy, who will sit down in the system and begin to check? Year 2025. Kelly wrote on merger and acquisition. The case study of Liver Brothers and Lipton. That was what I wrote my BSc in Uniport over 25 years ago. Now I will put it. They will put it in the system. There's somebody next year will write. You now begin to, maybe the person wrote merger and acquisition, a case study of Eman Dukwe and Williams. You begin to say, there's merger and acquisition. The person will open the system. Know what I wrote? That we are just jokers in this country. How possible? How we are?
As you're saying this, I'm thinking of my first degree in architecture. We had to do a project. You model, you do a model. Mm-hmm. So you're supposed to present that model with your drawings to whoever, for them to look at it and confirm that you actually graduated from school.
Yes. That's the Architect Restoration Council?
No, that's what we do now.
Okay.
In my days of architecture.
Okay, and I say
that's what the architect graduate is supposed to do
now.
Yes.
So that was expected to now, and they package them to
Abuja, to NYS. You know, I think they just want to.
When I say what I observe, please observe, take it. We're on serious people.
See, I know, Gali, it might start. This is October now. October says as they say.
Yes.
But it's still the same people. They will not come back. Pride will not let them. Will not let Alausa go back to president to say, look, we made a mistake. You know that's one thing in Nigeria. Pride will not allow him to do that. Instead, he will allow people, innocent people to suffer. Right. And then they will know how to manipulate their own children.
And said that those who say no are enemies of
enemies of the government.
Are not patriotic.
Emi Faiga joins us. He's a political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Emi, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigerians. Happy independence, and good morning to everybody in the Asa. Good to see you again.
Yeah, you're welcome, my brother. Welcome, long time.
I'll take your reaction to this, but we have to go for a commercial break. When we come out from the commercial break, it will take us to the news. After the news, we'll return, and we'll begin with the views of Amy, and from there we'll look at other issues. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Waiting they create party for mouth. Waiting they cause they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
Mom's love is pure. It's so no, she does. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fried cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil, Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps Mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
How do we make our cooking come alive, oh? For that tasty meal when you like, oh. I think you want cook food to impress, oh.
Whether it's jollof or na stew, even for porridge or spaghetti, cook to impress with Pepe Terra.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Good food, no worries.
Go for gold, Terra Gold Cube, the amazing seasoning cube. So when you're cooking your delicious meals, don't compromise. Go for gold.
Rich, consistent taste for cooking mouth-watering soups, stews, and jollof. Choose wisely. Choose Gold. Terra Gold Seasoning Cube.
1 cube. Endless possibilities. Terra Gold.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala dey finish.
Na this one wahala be like bicycle. The thing just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Kwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time where we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. You go stay abroad, you dey japa. You say this one, no worry. When time reach, I'll say I want to take. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be gate man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President Bola Tinubu says that with the economic reforms embarked on by his administration, the worst is now over. Tinubu gave the assurance in his nationwide broadcast to celebrate Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. While saluting Nigerians for their endurance, support and understanding, the president said yesterday's pains were giving way for relief. The federal government is assured that the Dangote Group will redeploy staff earlier disengaged from its refinery operations following the resolution of its dispute with the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASEN. The federal government also said the redeployed staff will not suffer any loss of pay due to the redeployment. This was confirmed by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dinyadi, in a statement issued yesterday in Abuja. Dinyadi further explained that both sides reached a compromise, noting that PENGASEN agreed to start the process of calling off the strike. The conciliation meetings followed a breakdown in earlier talks between the refinery management and Pengerson, which had ended in a deadlock on Monday. Local government workers in Rivers State have called off their planned strike following a closed-door meeting with Governor Simnalai Fubara at the Government House, Port Harcourt. The strike, which was to commence at midnight yesterday, stemmed from a dispute in Emoha local government area, where the recently re-elected council chairman Chidi Lloyd withheld salaries of about 300 workers he insisted were not legitimate staff of the council. The meeting was attended by the leadership of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, NOGE, members of the Local Government Service Commission, and the chairman of Emoha LGA, Chidi Lloyd. Although details of the resolutions reached were not disclosed, it was gathered that an understanding was reached among the parties, paving a way for the suspension of the strike. Addressing newsmen after the meeting, Rivers State NOGE President Clifford Paul confirmed the suspension of the strike and assured workers that their concerns would be resolved. On the foreign scene, EU leaders gather in Copenhagen under pressure to boost European defense after a series of Russian incursions into EU airspace and days after drones targeted Danish airports. The incursions have become most acute for countries in the EU's eastern flank, such as Poland and Estonia. 10 member states have already backed plans for a multi-layer drone wall to quickly detect, then track and destroy Russian drones. Denmark has beefed up security ahead of a summit banning all civilian drone flights until Friday and placing heavy restrictions on traffic in Copenhagen. Despite the high security, there was little evidence of alarm in the center of the capital ahead of the summit. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
God of vengeance has won my battle for me.
Great Gospel Power International Church, the Champions Assembly, presents Night of Vengeance 2025. Theme: Terminating Archers, Genesis 40 verse 23. Featuring word, worship, praise, and lot more. Ministering: Reverend Salvation Oziri, Evangelist George 9, Apostle Haggai Ayuwo, Convener. Ministering in songs: Amaka Jesus, Favor Otoko, Emma Praise, Confidence Eze, and Miracle Fred. Date is all Fridays in the month of October. Time: 9 p.m. till dawn. The venue: Kilometer 4, Alu Road by Chief Tassier Street, Rumekini, off East West Road, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. For calls and WhatsApp: 0706 742 3408 or 0805 956 2803. Come and change every evil verdict over your life.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all. Let's continue our conversation. I'll go straight to Emi Faiga. The decision from the Ministry of Education, this net policy, let me take your views on it, if you have an appreciation or perhaps a deeper understanding of how it's going to work.
You see, Kelly, is there corruption in our educational system? Yes. Are there certificate forgery around the educational system? Yes. Do we need to decontaminate the system? Yes. But how do we do this? Is it necessary that we actually, sanitize the system? Yes. But there are certain things that are not necessary. For me, when you are a student in an institution, I think the institution has your records. From the day you were admitted down to the day you graduated from that institution. They have your records, they have your data. In Nigeria, I see that we just seek employment sometimes, not necessarily that we have passion for the job or we want to do the job, but because we just want to be engaged, to make money for ourselves, and live better life, and that is all. Because if we are a graduate from an institution, then a Ministry of Education that oversees the affairs of those institutions, we need certain information from
a student who say he has graduated from an institution, then the ministry will now be demanding those documents directly from the student, where they can rightly, ask for same from the institution to confirm the genuinity that yes, this one actually graduated from here, to prevent certificate forgery or whatever corruption that they have seen within the system. I think that should be. It cut across all sectors of this country. If you go to even to the private sector, you go to one desk, they will ask you to submit certain documents. You submit, you go to the next desk, they will demand the same thing. You will not say, but I have submitted. You will say, is that our own? Give us our own copy. So is there no information sharing system? Can't we, have a center where we can share information? If you need anything, you can just, through the system, you call on this, or there is forward to you, and you have whatever thing you are looking for to confirm the genuinity or whatever. I don't understand. Sometimes Nigerians, I think the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so he is. So for me, Nigerians, we like suffering. And I believe that we don't want to think above who we are. So we are just doing this the way we are, and who we are, as who we are. And at the end, we'll continue to complain. Recently, we saw how students wrote WAEC in the night. After subjecting these students to that suffering. Currently, as I speak to you, like in Bayelsa State, I learned that WAEC is still holding some results or some centers. Why? From my own investigation, I discovered that according to WAEC, that a particular subject, economics, to be frank, that the children in some center copy from among themselves. So that should be the reason you will hold back the entire result of centers. And later you will say, oh, people are not reading. Nigerians is not working. How are you actually contributing to this Nigeria that you want Nigeria to work? What is your role? Are you there to make things better, or you are there to make things difficult for people? So for me, when I had this thing first, I never wanted to give attention to it. Because I saw that, yes, we need to sanitize the system, but is this one necessary? I said no. Very unnecessary. Let us read our policies and ideal that will make things easier for people and not to complicate issues. Some people who sponsor themselves through school, they are still faced with those challenges, those problems. Some people borrow money, thinking of how to pay back whatever they borrowed, and you are bringing another thing again. So by the time the person will need to go and print this with transport to do this or upload this and that, also cost money. So at the end, what are we going to achieve? To prevent people from forging certificates? But we can still do it in a more better way, more convenient way for everybody, and everybody will be happy. Okay. I don't want to waste much time on this. For me, I think we need to sanitize the system, but this one, is it necessary? I don't think it is necessary.
65, Nigeria has turned the corner. That's President Tinubu. He didn't say anything particularly new. It's either what his aides had celebrated in statements earlier released that the president re-echoed. Said things were really bad. The last 10 years has been so and so. The next 10 years we're getting into golden era. The economy has been stabilized. Yes, the reforms are a bit painful, but they are yielding. The economy has turned the corner. Indeed, at 65, our worst days are over. President Tinubu, may I ask the question, or shouldn't we all be celebrating, or is it that we're not seeing it?
Kelly, I think if I say I am blind to some of these reforms, the successes, and some of the hurdles it creating, I think I will be lying. You see, when we are to build a nation, it takes several efforts. And building a nation, most especially if the nation is a constitutional state, functions are always divided. And it is expected that each tier of government will play their role according to the expectation of the state. We operate as 3 tiers of government. The federal government has a responsibility in building the Nigerian economy. The state also have their own share.
The local government have their own share. The problem here is that sometimes those in Aso Rock, what they do is they always want to take all the glory. Sometimes they are excited, they will just make statements, not considering that their own function, their own role has limitation. So you will just say the things and people will begin to judge you based on what you have said, forgetting what is on ground. We need more food. Yes. We need improved transportation system. Yes. We need more developed roads. Yes. But are they solely the responsibility of the federal government, like the speech of President Tinubu portrayed? So sometimes people will begin to look at this. You say the worst days are over. What about the man in the interior village? The man in Obiakpo in a city? The man in Faga? The man in Bayelsa? Is it same experience with the man in Lagos?
Maybe
the man in Abuja?
Maybe they don't want to see it now.
So the thing is, speak according to your responsibility and limit it to that level so that people will judge you. You know, many people don't know many things. So when people talk, people are educated, some are informed, some will just confirm what you are saying to be the right thing or the wrong thing. If we must have improved food security system, what do we need to do? At the local government level that are in charge according to the Land Use Act, in charge of land in the rural area, do we have any farm that is boosting the local production within the local area? The answer is no. At the state level, in the past 2 years, what do we say that, yes, based on comparative advantage, that this is River State product? This is what River State is taking to the market, making money from it and generating job for the people of River State. There is nothing. So when you generalize things in Abuja, the people here will get angry. They will forget that there is 1 or 2 persons that are supposed to play 1 or 2 roles based on the area they are residing. So at the federal level, are you doing what you are supposed to do? Yes. But at the state level, are they doing what they're supposed to do? No. At the local government, do what they're supposed to maybe yes or no too. In terms of transportation, it's same. In terms of road, we have trunk A roads, we have trunk B roads, we have trunk C roads. How many of us are actually driving the trunk A routes to our various places of work and market on a daily basis? Sometimes we use the trunk C roads. So when you are not telling Nigerians that all the roads are not motorable, they are not good, and they are looking at the road that link their street to the next street, sometimes they will say, no, this person doesn't care about us. Why are they saying on this? Then we dispute those things you are saying. Not because probably you are not right that federal roads have improved. But the trunk C road, has it improved?
The federal roads, have they improved? Even the federal roads, have they improved?
Some are improving.
By what percent?
You can't construct all the road at the same time.
No, that's why I said, by how many percent?
Kelly, based on my traveling, I can tell you, we give them roughly 50%.
Okay.
Based on what,
that's the score now.
Based on what they are doing. This is just 2 years.
By your travels?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I see the construction that are going in different states, and the roads I have, used. I see improvement.
Okay.
But in the trunk B roads, do we have same? In the trunk C road, do we have same? In terms of health, sometimes when you say our hospitals are now well equipped, we have improved, healthcare system. The next person who is at the village will ask, what about the primary health care that we have here? That center, is it functional? The general hospital, are they functional? But who doesn't know? We just tell you, the president is doing nothing, our health system is failing and all that. But basically, the general hospital belongs to the states. The primary healthcare centers are responsibility of the local government and the states.
So how about the federal? The
federal medical centers.
Yes.
Is there improvement?
There is.
Is there improvement? So you will not look at the area I am, the states I am, the states I am. Is there improvement in some? Yes.
Oh my God.
But is it holistic to the extent that we say all of them have received that level of attention? I can't say yes because I have not been to all of them. So the president, once we are speaking in this manner, sometimes we speak with statistics. We say in so-so state, so-so area, so-so zone, we've been able to put in place this and this for those people. And so Nigerians will not look. So when some people are just trying to be mischievous, we will not know how to take care of them. But when you just generalize the statement and say everybody, everything is okay now, and the man who is, using the primary care system and the general hospital that has no light, that has no nothing, is dirty, the person will want to challenge you. The person will be angry.
So you think that the worst is not over?
The worst will be over only if everybody will play their role according to division of labor as enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution.
All right, Mr. Williams.
Kelly, what did you ask?
Nigeria 65, the worst is over. We've turned a new corner. Tinubu.
Yes, the worst, according to Tinubu, may be over. Tinubu said that hospital in Nigeria are well equipped. Tinubu said Nigeria is no longer where it used to be 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time, Tinubu said the truth. Yeah, when he said Nigeria is no longer where it used to be 10 years ago. Tinubu said also, I listened to him, that now a bag of rice is 50,000 naira. You see, when these people talk, Kelly, well, thank God I'm not God. Thank God I'm not God, because I would have acted in a manner that people would not like me. Why is it Tinubu is right? He has said truth. That Nigeria is no longer where we used to be 10 years ago. 10 years ago, how much was a bag of rice? 10 years ago, how much was the exchange rate? He has said the truth.
He said the economy was badly managed.
That's what I'm saying. All those things, all those his improvements in all sectors, like he said, why did he have to cancel parade today? He should have come to itemize those things for Nigerians. What he did,
on the parade ground.
On the parade ground, of course. He would do that because there must be a speech. It's not that thing he read.
Do you want another Dobale?
Well, I don't know for him. But since he has done so well, Kelly, when you have done well, you'll be proud to come out to the open, to tell people what you have done, because it's verifiable what you have done. Why did he have to cancel? He just not. It cannot just be only to avoid the ballet. There's more to it. You see, Nigeria at 65. I also listened to Tinubu. He was thanking our founding fathers.
Mm-hmm.
He was mentioning all of them. All of them. I don't know whether any of them was as rich as Tinubu.
Is he rich?
Or I don't know whether any of them was as poor as Tinubu. That is the opposite. If you like,
I know he's not poor, but I don't know
if you be comfortable.
I know that he's not poor. But when you say rich,
I don't know whether any of them was as comfortable as Tinubu. Is that okay now?
But Ransom Kuti was now.
As comfortable as Tinubu. Well, you have your judgment. Now. See, Kelly.
Fumilaya Ransom Kuti was now.
Kelly, we thank God.
He has nailed it. You have
your choice. See, Kelly, it's most regrettable that. And the most painful aspect of it, even people you think should be reasonable will be clapping for people in government.
Like
when they talk this nonsense.
This is nonsense.
Nonsense. You see, for somebody to tell me that hospitals in Nigeria are well equipped, and every now and then, medical tourism. The same people who has equipped all the hospitals.
No, baby,
the same people who has brought security.
No,
in the same Abuja, a lady died on Sunday. The same Abuja where we feel is heaven on earth.
It is.
For armed robbers to even go to Abuja, the girl, in order to have
flat to flat.
They say the armed robbers number over 14. That is where you have headquarters of DSS. A Metoku, whatever they call him, a police is there, army is there, all of them is there. They say those armed robbers operated for over 2 hours. The girl, as a last resort, had to jump from 3-story building and kill herself in Abuja, not in my village, where Tinubu has restored security. What are we talking? They are not deceiving me. They are deceiving themselves. A man who has equipped hospital. Every now and then, you see them, they jet out. they are going for medical treatment. Are they deceiving me? You know, one good thing I know, one thing I like God for is that, sorry, I'm not crying, I'm not happy that people died. But you know, there was an Abacha in this country. Tinubu could not talk then. Nobody could talk. But the day God said it's enough, that's the rest is history. There was Yar'Adua. People are killing themselves to go and become president and sit in Aso Rock. There was a Yar'Adua who was in Aso Rock, the same Aso Rock, and God says it's enough. He's gone. There was a Buhari. So nothing is new.
Okay.
Anybody who wants to kill Nigeria, the good thing is that you will not kill Nigeria and live forever. Let them continue to do. Nigeria is 65. See where we are today. I remember my early days as a child. Even when you think that, oh, what you saw then, as you grow older, things will get better. Unfortunately, things are getting worse in Nigeria. People, let me end with this, Kelly. It will shock you. I won't mention it. I went to court. I saw a man. He's not a lawyer. He drove his car, came in. His car can buy, let me know that they can buy 20 of my own.
20?
The cost, yes. The car he drove, the car I saw him, that man walked up to me and said, I cancel. You look good. I said, thank you, sir. He said, I like your suit. Asked me, what was I wearing? I like your suit. I said, thank you, sir. Cancel, please. I'm sorry, I don't do this. I don't know if it's okay by you. No, me, I like, okay, what is that? He said, can you just assist me with little money there? I don't know. My fuel tank is they misled me.
Right.
And
that's a rock guy.
That 419 be that.
no. As I talk to you, I still, the person is now my friend. We'll talk. He's not a 419er. He's not a Yahoo.
It's not 419.
He's not.
He's driving that kind of big car.
He's driving because that is to tell you how.
Does he have money?
Does he have money to buy food? Do you know? And as God could have it, I had. It's not like I had cash. At least about 20,000 naira in my pocket.
So he gave him the 20K?
No, I didn't.
No.
Because I had to.
Oh, you gave him more than 20K?
I gave him 10,000 naira.
What is wrong?
Kelly,
So
you gave him more than 20K.
You can't be driving this car and you're begging now.
No, it's not that. It's not about begging. See, Kelly, I said this person today is my friend.
For that kind of car, 20K won't go anywhere.
No. At least let him go to get to his destination. To the place where the money is. What I'm telling you that
did he say money was kept from?
Kelly, I don't need to discuss that.
Kelly, leave this.
See, Kelly, what I'm telling you.
In this stage of wireless and card,
Kelly, no.
Swipe.
See, no, it's not. It's not what you think. See,
there's even fingerprint.
This person is now my friend.
There's fingerprint.
We talk.
You're defending him.
No. Yes, I have to because I know that he what he did. He was not happy. Look. Let me say there are some other people that meet me to ask for the same favor. You know, I have that. By the grace of I have spirit of discernment.
Only 20K.
If I see you that you are, there is one that happened to me the other day on the road. He came, opened his bonnet like this. Say,
which routes do you take?
Iwofe Road.
The
first one was, you know where they sell bread on Ada George. They call Happy Food. Girl, you know there. He used to buy bread there. Happy Food.
No, I don't like that bread.
You know. I saw a young man open his boots and bonnet. And he was fiddling with. I came out from Happy Food where I bought bread. He said, "Please, sir, I just had issue now with my this thing." I said, "What is it?" He said, "Fuel."
About what time?
Kelly,
about what time?
Evening. It was in the evening, yes.
The same thing with the
no, that was in court. Kelly, wait. Kelly,
okay,
so
the
you're exposing your guests.
No,
the security challenge.
Security challenge. I'm calculating how to block him now. I need to calculate how to block him.
No, Kelly,
so that I can stand somewhere.
You know why I'm saying this? I want to differentiate between what I'm doing now and the one that happened in court. The one I told you, the man's car and all that. No, this man I met at Happy Food. I gave him money. I didn't have. I gave him 2,000. He said thank you.
Only
he now closed his bonnet and drove. He now he now closed his bonnet, opened his boot, brought a small keg. There is a filling station they call Royal Dynasty along that road. I saw him strolling, so I reasonably believed that he was going to buy the fuel. So me, I drove off. I got to my office and packed. did some work for about like an hour or so, and I was going home. At St. John's, they'll tell you that some of them are funny, but when you see the one that genuinely need help, you will know.
Okay.
The same person I had given 2,000 at St. John's. You know where you have St. John's Catholic Church? Opened his body. This one at the middle of the road, and I saw him. I couldn't hold myself. I just clear.
No, it's possible that
the fuel he didn't finish.
No, it may not be fuel. It could be another issue.
No, anyway, let's Kelly knows that. Now the point is that Nigerians are suffering. That is the point I'm trying to make. Nigerians are suffering.
I need to block you one of these days.
Please do.
But these Nigerians should not be living above their means.
No. See, that somebody. Let me tell you, that somebody drove a car. That somebody drove an expensive car, and along the line had issue. It's not something that cannot happen. It can happen to anybody.
No, man, I need to block it. I need to block it. It can happen to anybody. It's what I'm going to court that I'm aiming for. That's what I'm aiming for.
See, the problem in Nigeria today, our leaders know that they have destroyed this country. They should stop playing game.
All right.
They should stop deceiving themselves and say they are deceiving us.
All right.
Things are getting worse by the day. President Tinubu said a bag of rice now is 50,000 naira. I don't know whether that is the rice Hope Uzodinma cooked in Imo State. Hope told him he bought it for 50,000 naira. I don't understand where a bag of rice is now 50. And my friend here is nodding. You have bought a bag of rice is 50 kg. Do you know that?
It's in government.
I guess you are in government.
Let me take the bit of
that was yesterday, sir.
Dr. CAJ.
That the bag of rice is 50,000.
Dr. Chinwo. Nigeria at 65. The worst is over. We have turned a new corner.
Okay, think of that.
Well, Kelly, about 2 weeks ago I said it here. When Tinubu went to Brazil and made a claim of no more corruption.
All is now well.
All is well. Now well. No more poverty. All is now well. No more educational system.
Everybody is taking loan. They go to school.
Kelly, if you ride the kind of plane Tinubu rides, if you live in the kind of house Tinubu lives, which Nigeria gave him, if you move in the entourage Tinubu moves,
especially that Escalade.
Yeah. So if you,
have you seen that Escalade recently?
How will I say now? Would they even allow us if
to get close to it?
If Tinubu is passing here now, they will close the gates to say don't move unless you are approved. Now, so if you live in that kind of bubble, Tinubu lives in, I'm telling you that you won't be surprised that he says what he's saying, and that's where I feel for leaders all over the world, but particularly in Nigeria. It takes a leader who can, and that's what we had in those days, who can decide sometimes to move incognito, or who can be humble enough to have a set of people who nobody knows that they give him the true information, and he's ready to rely on that. It only takes such a leader to say the truth or be humble enough to say, I'm moving towards it. But see, the leaders we have in Nigeria, the moment you become a counselor, one, they will do the first orientation for leadership. Now you're a leader. One of my friends who became a commissioner at university, he said it, he came to a bar association, he was saying we were laughing. He said he told a former speaker then called him, you can't be dressing like this, you are not a commissioner. They gave him wardrobe allowance. The amount of money they gave, he hadn't seen that amount of money in his years as legal practitioner at once.
And that was wardrobe.
That's for wardrobe allowance. They will tell you the kind of market your wife will go to. You understand? And they will say, these are the things they were giving to you to maintain. So, in that situation, you will really have come to begin to appreciate why these people are like this. If you're in a system where you have all the funds of the state or the institution is in your hand, I don't know how you can say that things are not better. So, Tinubu, if he says so, yes, but unfortunately for him, he is the one who will continue to hear that things are bad. He's the one who will continue to have the contradiction in his mind Because once in a while, he may just be trying to tweet to CNN. It's okay, let me see what is happening in AIT. And suddenly we see people carrying empty buckets or going jerry cans, queuing up. He's not interested. But once in a while, he will see a newspaper headline, 10 Nigerians die. Once in a while, we hear a flood has covered the whole, chased away whole local government. Once in a while. Where he is in Aso, see, there's a way to go to Supreme Court. I'm sure it is about 3 kilometers off Aso Rock Gate. I've never gone beyond the Supreme Court gate there. Some young men are staying about 500, 300 kilometers to Supreme Court. They will ask you, where are you going to? If you say Supreme Court, they can allow you to go. Yes. That's for ordinary people. But if you dare say you are moving beyond there, you understand? So these people are living in bubbles. So one thing people say the worst is over. Why wouldn't he say so? But the problem is that I saw people. I traveled last week to Abuja, and I know how many people were struggling to get flights. My travel agent was telling me that people, 2 Sundays ago, people sold the ticket they bought for 300,000 for 500,000. Someone thought, what am I going to do? Take, give me. There is no airline is in crisis. Because why is it so? Thank God for Amy who have traveled around. The roads are very good. People don't want to travel through the roads. In those days, people used to enjoy the fact that when you get to Obulafo, you stop and eat. People used to enjoy that I can chat with my colleague, traveling companion, until, we just give a day for the journey. But in 8 hours, you are there. But today, students are coming back from call to bar. They are kidnapped. But the man says...
On the road.
On the road. The man says in the Kogi state and they are released in those states. The man says that the worst days are over. Problem is, you took over from an APC government and they said things were very bad when they took over. 10 years after, 10 years, a decade.
It's actually 10 years.
It's 10 years, for goodness sake. 10 years after, you are still telling us that, you know why they remember PDP? It means that PDP is that the last government that made impression. I've never been to PDP. I don't think I'll never join them. Yeah. But you see, that's what it means that PDP is the government that made the last impression. That remember, he had 8 years of APC government is anonymous. Enemy. You don't want to talk about it. Did nothing. And then you have come now to repeat the same cycle of things. Well, since he said the worst days are over, that's what I mean. I pray and I believe in prayer. And
but he didn't say the bad days though.
God has helped me. The worst days are over.
He only said bad days are here.
I know one time I tried to explain what I understand by inflation, and you agree with me. So people to understand, rice was 7,000 naira.
Tell them.
Then rice grew. The price of rice grew to 125,000. Then it started to come down to 80,000. It comes down to 70,000. And it comes down, assuming it now comes down to 50,000. You want us to believe that it was still good when rice was 7,000 when it took over. And it's still the same money in naira.
But you also did not factor that they brought a new methodology in arriving at the CPI.
Arriving at that. Okay.
They did a rebasing now. So rather than use the initial calculation, they reviewed it and said, no, all the data you had, let's say 5 years ago, cancel. Start from the 6th year.
So what they would have done now is that somebody talked about like when Buhari came in 1984. He changed the currency now. Because it pays me now. It pays me that we still call this money naira. If they are calling me something else, maybe APC or Buhari, then you say that 1 million Buhari is equal to $1. I would have no problem now. But the problem is that you are still calling it naira, and I remember what naira is.
Okay.
So I don't know, but those who say it is still good, it's better. Worst days are over. Every day I prayed. Today I prayed, oh God, let today be better than yesterday. I agree, but see, a leader should not wake up to say, okay, let's change the narrative. let's change our means of that one I see in Tinubu is doing now. Tinubu has decided with his speech writers, let's be saying that things are better. Anytime he speaks now, we are paying our debts. Now he says the worst days are over. There's no more insecurity. Because the danger is that Nigerians who forget will begin to recycle that. Worst days are over. Pastor will say so. Imam will say so. Worst days are over. May they be over.
Pray for your country.
Let them be over. Because they are not over. The danger of that, there is if 10 people believed you are lying before, 100 will believe now when they realize that worst days are worse than before. Then when they react, you can't handle it.
Stand the question.
Kelly, the president, I heard he said certain things, worry. But that particular worst days are over. No, it's not over. Yes, it's not now. The president knows that it's not over. Well, is it? I'm not sure it's up to 3 days. The president was pleading with Nigerians to endure that the harrowing sufferings they are going through. Yes. So how can the worst days be over? Meanwhile, he was the one that said it, and it turned to worry everything metamorphosed to being okay in this country. Kelly, what I always say is, I'm not an economist. When you juggle with figures and all that, I'll ask you a question. I am employed in this country. But ceteris paribus. Yes, no, even in ceteris paribus. You see, before you can be talking about ceteris paribus, I tell you, my brother, is that the money you have in hand can buy you something. A friend of mine came out with 100,000. He said, Oga, if you will be chanced, you accompany me. I say, I'm not going to be chanced because of certain reasons that are personal. I will not go with you. He said, he wants to go and buy something at my one market. I said, before you go, just bring out a sheet of paper, write all that you are going to buy. If not, you are going there to disgrace yourself when you be counting your fingers. Count your fingers. People will start asking you, Oga, you lost something. You will think the money is missing. It's missing. It's not missing. But because the prices are higher than you've been buying them. My friend came back and said, Oga, it was just like I was a prophet. That he reached there and started counting his fingers. So it made him not to buy enough. He found out that nothing. It was only himself and his child that was in the car. So, see, Kelly, what I always say is that, okay, if everything is going well, and I'm supposed to know, Kelly, I know what 5,000 was buying me. And I'm not in the high class. But now, I said 20,000 can buy that. Then, how can the worst days be over now? You come and tell me roads are better, this and that. Let me tell you the truth. There is no government, no matter how bad, that will not do anything when it takes over until it ends. It must do something to his credit, one way or the other. But I am saying, Tinubu and his government may be doing such. There are areas they have affected anything that is impactful on Nigeria. I agree. But you see on the economy, Nigeria is, in fact, the worst days are still coming. Yes, because take for instance, you take 50,000 naira to the market, you want to buy a bag of rice. When I always tell people, PDP, yes, may have been bad because you can blame them because they are like the senior or elder brothers in political parties. They introduce these difficulties that is still persisting. But I tell you, their own era is better or was better than now. Is it something we can count? Yes, they were as bad as they were, but if you go, was it 7,000 or so? Rice. A bag is not that a custard. Now, tell me, you use custard. 7,000 is, you buy maybe, it's not enough, maybe for two custard. Then what kind of thing are telling me the worst? And again, if Tinubu, he's much older than me, but when he sees me, he will know that, no, that this one is not a young person, that I will tell anything, he will take it. So if he tells me face to face that the worst days are over, I'll give him statistics. They are not from is it MBS, but from Emmanuel Ndukwe. I will just give him, and another person will come and give him. He will look at it and then maybe jet back to Abuja. You remember Ndume made one accusation that those who are handlers of the president don't allow him to know what is going on. And more like what CJ has said. When he don't know exactly the real truth, he will just be falsifying everything so that somebody will see it and say, yes, the worst days are even coming. And if things are not done, the worst days will take over. I'm telling you, so the president should guide us well.
Kelly,
okay.
See, I just remember something now. From the statement of the president, he said the worst, right? The worst days are over.
The worst is over.
The worst is over, right?
That's why I extended it to worst.
When you say worst, meaning you get to bad, you left bad, you now get to worse, isn't it? Now, the president may have sat down based on what is on ground, and I've seen that at a time we were in the worst situation, where a bag of rice was sold for 150, 160. But the same bag of rice is now sold, depending on the rice, now sold at 50, 60, some mango like 80, right? Somebody will say, yes, the worst is over because things are now improving.
Then the bad.
I remember in 1998, when my uncle, who bought a bag of rice for around less than 2,000 naira, he bought a bag of rice less than 2,000 naira. As at that time, a liter of fuel was 20 naira. That was a liter of fuel, 20 naira. Now, the Bible said one thing, that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Nigeria's population keep increasing on daily basis. Now, if there are no plans, there are no infrastructures, there are no farms to take care of the increasing population, what will happen? Inflation will come. Because we have more money chasing few goods. In situation like that, the price of what is 20 naira today, the seller may decide to sell it 50 naira because we have more money, but the goods are few. Since that 1999, if the foundation that was laid had to do with agriculture, from the local to state, even to the federal, that we keep planting and having expanded farms, I don't think, even when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said subsidy was gone, we have escalated increase in prices for some of these commodities. But the reality came that in a whole of a geopolitical zone, you can barely count a state where you have a state government policy that encourage little thing in agriculture, and you have the population increasing. What do you think will happen from those places?
Okay.
So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu didn't create this.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that he has come to repair what was destroyed, what was damaged.
Well, he also
and the destroyers are the one actually amplifying the pains, reminding everybody how Nigerians are suffering. The question is, if you have done what is necessary for the foundation, are we going to experience what we are experiencing today?
Okay. It's interesting that even Tinubu will say that he agrees that his policy has made life more difficult for Nigerians.
Yes, that one came from him.
It's fundamental that even President Tinubu has acknowledged that his policies made things worse for Nigerians. I don't think it's rocket science that you want to remove fuel subsidy. You ensure that there is a way that people can get the product in their country without depending on importation. would have just insisted, put pressure, lobby Dangote and the rest of them, or fix our refineries so that we're sure that local supply is guaranteed. He didn't do that. He just announced fuel subsidy was gone. I still don't understand it.
It
but
was true
at least
political
he said it by himself that we know that our policies have made things more difficult for you. That's why he keeps saying patience. Patience. Tinubu is the one that says it by himself over and over again. So I think I should just mention this, Mr. Nikwe.
You see, Kelly, when we always look at this thing as if to exhibit patriotism, then we'll start saying he's doing well, he's doing well. I have said one thing. The political class, very few compared with the masses of the nation. And once a policy of government is always hard on the people, people's incomes are gone. Because when they always say, we have more money, which money? Which money? When you use one wheelbarrow of money and buy one loaf of bread, is it money?
It's money, sir.
It's
not money.
But
It's money.
it's an unwritten rule here.
Yes.
That we don't counter the opinion of another person.
I'm not countering. I'm expanding on my own.
That's the person's opinion. If he said,
let me have his own, please.
Inflation is caused by people having money to chase fewer goods, right?
Yes.
And he has a right to that.
No, he has a right, but I also have a right to point my understanding.
No, but
see,
you had the chance to speak on the same issue as he did. So
no, see,
no, but he spoke first.
No, he spoke first.
No, see, Kelly,
on this issue.
Yes, on this issue.
Okay, yes, he did.
What I'm saying, see, I have every right that we say opinion belongs to the owner.
Yes.
Yes, that is sacrosanct. However, the other person will find out flaws in your opinion, and it's also allowed. You are not telling the person not to believe in his opinion.
Then it turns to a debate, and that's what I'm avoiding.
No, it won't turn.
Because in this case, in this case, he might have someone else will say, no, I have a right to respond to what has been said. It happens in the studio.
Yes.
So I always try to avoid such a situation. Everybody holds your opinion. You share your opinion.
Father, I want to
they remain unique.
No, Kelly, what I'm just saying is this. What I'm just saying is, when we always claim this issue of bigger and smaller money, I will tell you 20,000 in 1999 means a whole of millions or thousands today. That is enough for me on that. 20,000.
So a colleague was killed on Sunday night. Arise News. I haven't talked about it. I didn't even think I was going to talk about it. It's been all over X. You have all sorts of comments about it on X. Some people said that they took her to the hospital. The hospital refused to attend to her. Another person came out to say that's not true. The account is inaccurate. Yes, indeed, there's an issue with emergency services in our country, but that is not true, and so on and so forth. But one thing keeps, standing out in everything I've been reading, which is the armed robbers did not even get to her flat. Out of fear,
she jumped.
Fear.
That's the part that I've been trying to. Why? They say only two persons died in that attack. As terrible as it is, a robbery attack, only 2 persons died. The security man that tried to repel them, they killed him. And then she, out of fear, jumped. I don't know how many floors.
They said third. 3 floors.
3 floors. So when she jumped, when she jumped, and the injuries clearly were now fatal. How? One account now says police that initially did not respond on time now responded. That's what the one account said. Police now responded. She was begging the police people to take her to a hospital, and the police said they don't have fuel in their vehicle. That's what one account claims. Police said they didn't have fuel in their vehicle, and then she died.
This kind of country.
But I think she was the former beauty queen. I think she was a beauty queen. Recently just moved from the UK back to Nigeria.
I've seen that.
Her parents are in Port Harcourt. I think Arise management sent a condolence team to our family in Port Harcourt. I saw that news article. They sent that to Port Harcourt. They are all sending condolence messages. It's a wiki is sending.
Even here,
Tinubu is sending. Oti is sending. Obi is sending. Atiku is sending. Everybody is sending. I'm like,
it has turned politics.
It has turned politics.
That is Nigeria for you.
But let's address it. Let's see if, without being insensitive, this fear thing. This, you can't. I don't want to begin to sound like one.
Is it Kelly? I know she's your colleague, like you said. You're emotionally
No.
down.
I'm a little disappointed because the robbers may not even get to our own flat.
That is exactly what you see. The Bible says the number one enemy of man is fear, and don't forget that this young lady, who I understand was living alone in her own flat. You know. Imagine where a security man was killed. Of course, they didn't strangle him, they shot him. Imagine where a single lady in her apartment
that one will
hear
volley of
that the security that is supposed to secure the compound has been killed. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of things would have gone through that lady's mind. One, like we heard that they were numbering about 14 armed robbers. Imagine she was thinking, if these 14 young men come into my apartment, what will they do? What will they do to me? That one is another issue. Mm-hmm. Do you understand? That is not to say that, jumping, even you a man, even me here, can I jump from 3-story building? In the night, not like he says.
You're not even sure where you're landing.
You don't even know. You're not sure of where you are landing. And I understand they say it's a flat. They had, it's just unfortunate that this happened. But the other side of it is that it boils down to what we're saying here. This did not happen. It did not happen in my village. Armed robbery, this kind of armed robbery, it happened in Abuja,
where the popular district.
Yes,
in Abuja.
Where the worst days is supposed to long gone. Where the world is supposed to be long gone.
One of the things about this, and it's not like any city is
100%
so
safe.
unique that these kind of things will not happen. But every time the FCT minister is in a media parley and journalists ask him about insecurity in Abuja, he gets offended.
That's correct.
Like he literally, it's almost like they are coming to attack him, like it's vendetta.
If we discuss that now, you look at it.
Why not just hear what they are saying?
So Kelly, that is the major thing. The FCT, the performing minister of FCT, the performing president of Nigeria, the DSS headquarters, police headquarters, army headquarters, all of them are in Abuja. And I heard that robbery lasted for over 2 hours. And then you see the other side of it, that the girl was begging for police. I don't believe that, because in her condition, that girl will not even have Can she even talk? So people will say, but away from that is that what our politicians, the same people who put us in this position, the same people, the same set of people. You see now, as we're here, I've been watching. They are
pouring in.
They are now pouring condolences. This, that, all of them. All of them, as if they don't know that this country is not safe.
See,
they will use it now. Some people will use it as something to campaign with. Is it supposed to be?
It has some political on social
Is it supposed to be so?
On next, it has some political. I'm like, well, wait.
It has.
No, but the part I'm thinking of is, Dr. Chiwa, is there another way to deal with fear, or maybe you just don't know?
Well, thank you. That is actually, Nigerians we must begin to address the things that will keep us in this country, keep us alive and safe, to do what we want to do. And one of those things is, don't put your trust in man, in princes, in government. One, put your trust in God. And then, when you do that, you listen to what God says. Some people try to mock us for being committed to religion in this country. They don't know what would happen if we had no religion. This country would have been like an animal kingdom of brutes. If there was no religion, religion is keeping us. See, Kelly, when I go to sleep because of my faith in God, or when I start coming to this your studio, I enter with Andra. It is not because I don't know that one Nigerian can be mad and drive his car ramp into mine. Yeah. It's not because I don't know that a trailer that is releasing fumes will move without caring. It's not because I don't know that trailer even may not have brake. But I have trust in God, and I try to drive out fear. One time, I surveyed the Bible. I wrote a book on fear not, where I extracted all fear not in the Bible to let myself, and I realized that fear is the man's biggest enemy. In Julius Caesar said that why people are not quote, I don't know how to memorize and quote, but it's that why should anybody fear death? It may be easy to say, but it's the best thing to do. Let us remove fear. Fear has torment. Fear has torment. This urge to live. I have seen people tell me, you go to radio, you are talking. Are you not afraid for your life? I say, no now. Why should I be afraid? I am saying the truth. Are you not afraid that they will terminate your job? I say, no, now if they want to terminate, God is going to. Are you not afraid that they will know where you are living? I say, no, I live here every day. At least you know already go by my announcement. I live in Origwe. So if we take out fear, we will achieve a lot of things, and it will help us. Please, Nigerians, I'm begging, no matter the situation, including fear of what you eat tomorrow, don't fear. Let's be calm. Let's remove fear, because it's even in the best of societies, some people that are in American society now, some parents are afraid to send their children to school
because of fear.
Because of fear that another crazy child may carry gun and come and blow at everyone. But you see, it's not helping the society. Let us eradicate fear if we can. Let's minimize fear. This is because, see, whether you fly on the that's nothing that help. You know, when I started entering boats going to the game in 1992, after the first day,
stronger than me.
The first day, I had fear because I don't. If you drop me in the water, that place you drop me, you can be sure that you just go down the bottom. You pick me. But you see, when I told myself that if people have been going here for years, I haven't died like that. Two, if I'm afraid, that doesn't deliver me. You notice like that. From that day, I began to enjoy traveling I'm going to Abani, my wife, to go to Degema to court. But the other side to it is that while still hoping that please can this thing be over. I was the very first person when I did that road. I was the very first one and I drove my car to court. The judge was asking me, how did you come? We drove car to this place. You know why? I wanted to get out of that thing, but see, fear was not didn't hold me down. I could go to court and come back, but I wished for something else. So Nigerians, why were wishing for something else? What we have now, when you're eating eba in the morning, garri in the morning, garri in the afternoon, fufu in the evening, all the same thing, you know, don't be afraid of it, just eat. When you are wearing your clothes, don't be afraid. It's a terrible thing, you know. I feel for that, it's a terrible thing to do. And, you know, she's even a lawyer too. Yeah. So it's not only that's mourning. I am mourning because I'm happy that we are making inroads into journalism. Yes. Very soon we chase the mass media people, mass communication people, all of you, we take over. So now we have lost that brilliant young girl. It's a pity. But let's advise them, whether they are living as young men or young women, whatever, beware of fear. Fear is dangerous. It has torment.
Amy.
Kelly, the thing is painful. It's painful. And for me, it's also a call to every Nigerians that the basic knowledge of safety and security that we need to have, we need to acquire, please, let's get it. Like in the oil sector, whenever you are on board, they will always talk to you through the pep talk that in case you perceive or you see any hazardous situation or situation that has to do with an unsafe act, don't always run because you just want to run. If you must run at all, you run to the muster point so that you can be rescued.
if it is possible. But often at times, what Nigerians, what we do is, even when you are walking along the road, you just see somebody running. Maybe the person is on his own, no? He's just running. You will join along. You will just be running. Where are you running to? Sometimes you will just get yourself injured, and later you come back and begin to blame the person who was on his own running to where he was running to. Unnecessary fear. Always be sure before you act. Robbers were in your compound. They are robbing. You live in a story building. The best thing for you to do, were you supposed to have run or to even jump? You were supposed to just to lie down in the house. Where you lie down. If they break into the apartments and they see you lying down, may you surrender. Even if it's on a just a house like this on the ground floor, and you decide to run, you jump the window or whatever, you go through the door. Do you even know where you are running to? Do you even know that if the robbers are even there, waiting for who will cross, and they will just shoot at you, thinking that you're one of the security person who want to attack? You just lie down. This is just a small knowledge that you will need. But you decide to jump. Where are you jumping to? Jump into heaven or jump into where? Look at where he landed at. What pains me more is the police. They don't always have. Biro they will not have. Paper they don't have.
You don't blame them.
Give them 1,000 naira. Give a policeman 1,000 naira to buy paper now. Ask in the next 1 minute. He will tell you he doesn't have. They don't always have.
The government doesn't provide.
I don't know.
This guy, I don't even think it was police that attempted to take her to the. Here is neighbors.
Well, according to this,
it wasn't a bullet.
It's an estate.
It wasn't a gunshot.
It's an estate in Abuja. A lot of those estates they have closed gates and all that.
Yes,
so,
I know.
So when I tell the story of the police, that's part just like it.
I'm just trying to
doubt it, but it may not
if
be
it is
that.
police.
No, I said one account.
One account.
There are several accounts running
Because
on.
the account
account
that
in
the
particular.
neighbors, when the robbers had finished, they had even gone. Neighbors came down and now they were taking her before police even arrived.
Yeah.
Not even because it's not a case of gun shot that you say it was. They needed police. It was a
She
fall.
fell. This same thing on the 1st of October, I think in 2010, we also recorded death in Abuja due to bomb blast. When president was trying to do the parade and all that, where the thing happened was far, but people started running, and some people got themselves injured.
I think we used to be there. That would happily on the radio. We also, you would do a lot of public service interventions. You will also have to add that the way Nigerians respond to things out of fear is really very.
It's a concern.
In many situations, a lot of people can devise some of these public service things and begin to call Nigerians. No, don't stop running. It's very, very often in many places.
Yeah, that's correct.
Everybody
just be running.
That is, I don't know if I've seen some crashes in Canada that time. A crash of 170 people in airplane. Everybody came out. Everybody was evacuated.
Because everybody maintained.
People maintained, but in this country,
people will be running.
Now in the aircraft, they have to announce, please, you wait when the aircraft stops. They stand still, and then now make sure you don't stand up until the person in front stands up. Then they will hear
to you.
The person behind once before now will even run.
But the same Nigerians that will not hear, when they go outside this country, they maintain. They behave well.
So yesterday, my wife was impressed. My mom in the aircraft. She said, thank God though. See the way Nigerians stood down, started down until they got to their top. That was how they were fair. So people were, and it was smooth to come down. And you know the funny thing, even if you came down first, your bag may be the last.
Exactly.
Why are we training? So
you see, everybody will get up and just stand there. Everybody's.
If media should try. I know it costs you money and time. If people can even tell people to sponsor it, because some of the Nigerians need public education and things. The way we react to things, it endangers us more than even the whole the thing that caused the incidents.
Kelly, do you know what happened? There was a day this thing happened.
You have to conclude.
Just few minutes. And that I was seeing a friend of. Suddenly we had the people running. My friend that I was with,
you should have joined them.
All of them they ran. I just stood because I don't know where they are running to. I don't know what is happening. I just stood. The next thing I saw a black jeep. The jeep just slowed down where I stood. Armed robbers. They were, you see the gun. People at people station, they just came down. One was just looking at me. They smile. They didn't answer me because I just stood. I stood, lifeless. I don't know.
You were
I
very
just stood.
fortunate too.
I just stood, and they just look at me. One went further. I just removed what was on the road, and they entered the left. Those who ran away, then I apprehended some people at the front there, lie them down, and started robbing. But they didn't talk to me. Where are you running? They saw me that this one is happening because I'm just there. I didn't move.
And they also know
surrendered.
that you don't even know what is happening.
Yes. But this one you just decided
He
to
was
jump.
fortunate. Yes.
Jump to where?
You see, Kelly, all these things we are saying, sensitization, this and that, it's a matter of nature. Minds of people are not as solid alike. For instance, God forbid, if there is an explosion here, all of us, that's when you know. Those that can even jump faster than the cats. I'm telling you, all of us here, including myself that doesn't have legs.
You show that you were a goalkeeper when you were young.
I'm telling you. See, the problem is that sometimes you see, even while we were young, so problem will start, and you see somebody will lack the control. Incontinence will start. You start weak immediately, urinating, and some will even start defecating in fear.
In fear.
But I remember vividly when armed robbery attack was like that in one estate. I know very well. Everybody don't start jumping out through the window and all that and landing and going to hospital. And one old man just stood up, opened the door, opened the windows everywhere, sat on the floor. When the armed robbers reached, it was themselves, fear gripped them. Who had this gut to open? They started peeping. He said, "Hey, come in, my children, come in."
They won't come in again because
all of them came in. He said, "What are you doing here?" He was truly old. He said, "I don't have money to go. I'm due to go back to my village." He said, "What do you want now?" He said, "Give me money." They gave him 40,000. "But if we come here another time and see you, you are gone." He said, "Right now he may reach main road mode faster than you people." So what I'm saying is not everybody that will have that kind of temper to be a solid in heart.
Of course.
So it's nature. Even if we sensitize or do everything, it's difficult. It's difficult, but it's always good. I remember when I was working in Aba, a factory. There was an explosion. Everybody started running. Kelly, where was I running to? I don't know what caused that explosion. So I stood there. And my mind is always, if I die in the process, I won't start death. Neither am I going to end it. Yes. So as I was standing there, we now found out where the problem was. It was easy for us to cross on the other opposite side and run away. But those who have gone there, some had wound injuries here and there on their faces because they were not seeing gas everywhere. So I don't blame that girl. Oh, I don't know the kind of heart she has. But the issue is that, of course, everything would have been blotted in her brain. Jumping from a third floor. For goodness sake, I don't know where she was going to.
That was very wrong.
Very wrong.
I don't know where she was
but
going
I know
to.
the fear of 14 men pouncing on her. You know, a lot of things. But
It's
unfortunately, the one Satan suggested to her
The one she responded
was the worst.
Come, I'm here waiting for you.
Yes. It's unfortunate. Condolences.
And then the
to-
politicians now
Absolutely
are taking
unfortunate.
Now, what would they do now? If the president didn't send condolence, we'll discuss it here. If Peter Obi didn't discuss condolence, social media will go on. If Atiku didn't say, we say Atiku doesn't care. So the one Atiku put for the Mora girl in Sokoto and brought down, he has not come out the front of it. That's so don't blame politicians for that one. That's what they have to do.
Let them do their work. Let them bring security.
Even where they do, because like I said, even in the United States, some parents are now doing home training for their children. They are afraid it will be one gun in 1 year in one school out of 100 schools. Well, I think we should be able to see teachers in the families, teach ourselves individually and in school everywhere. Please, let's manage a response to crisis. Not the way we do. It's too prone to aggravate situations. Thank you.
Condolence to her family. I think they're in Port Harcourt. I think her parents are the ones in Port Harcourt. So, condolence to them. You can't explain the way they feel right now. So, we condole with you at this time. It's unfortunate the way she passed. Okay, life is for the living, sadly.
Yeah.
So they just have to keep living. And we can learn from these things. You know, I really have just been thinking about why did she jump? Why did she jump? That's all I've been thinking of. Why did she jump? It's a sad one. 0810-9510-951. So let's take some calls before we go. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly and Ogaima, and my most admirable Dr. TJ Chiwon. Good morning, sirs.
Good morning, sirs.
It's Independence anniversary, so I have to say happy independence to all of us who are Nigerians. Quickly, I want to, thank you, sir. Quickly, I want to respond to the president's speech. I took time to listen. With the entire family we sat down to listen, and when he started saying, you know, the children will say, this is not correct now. I don't want to throw the way of Showore, but I think President, some of the things he said were lies. It's unfortunate to say that. I can't say my president is a liar, but what he said, some of the things he said were lies. Because we're in this country. I'm coming out from Oyobe markets, just Eleme market now. I'm driving out from there. So all this while I sat down there to listen to you people at Eleme markets. I had to go and stock. So those of things he says are lies.
All right, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Happy New Month.
Happy New Month, sir.
Yes. The president said the worst days are over. In his opening speech, in one of the lines, he admitted that as a government that they have strayed from the dreams and the vision of the founding fathers, but that they had not strayed too far from it. I want to say that yes, they have left the legacy that the founding fathers left for them. For instance, like the refinery, the Kanji dams, and every other infrastructure built by the then administration. They have refused to let those facilities work because of politics. He's telling us that the healthcare and every sector is functional, whereas they themselves, they are patronizing and flying up and down.
All right.
Medical.
Thank you. That's the time. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir.
Again, and all the guests, good morning. For me, I think the president and the presidency, the way they lie to Nigeria these days is something that is alarming. I don't see a situation whereby the government cannot tell people the truth, and when it comes to things about it that affect the citizens, and especially directly from the president. At this time that things are so hard, you are telling us things are better. It's so unfortunate. For the Arise TV presenter, I wish I may also rest in peace and I wish the family my own condolence. Thank you very much and God bless you guys.
All right, Dr. Thank you. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome.
Good afternoon to everybody on the studio.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President is speaking for the both sides of the match. In the coronation of Olibadan, he said different things. In Muslim word, he said different things. He said renew hope. His opposite is not renew hardship, renew hunger, renew killings, renew endemic corruption. This is a man that say he built up Lagos. Then if one of the analysts say it's accumulated 40 foundation right from 1999. Was he not part of 1999 governor? First set of Nigerian governor in 1999. Is there any agricultural farm or mechanic farm in Lagos State? So it's not
okay.
So let him
Thank you.
prove that incident.
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm Sergio, calling you from Akpajo.
Please go on.
Yes, I want to say that my condolence to the presenter. Equally, I want to talk about the aspect of the president. You know, people blame the president for everything. If you go to oil mill market, the so-called union makes life very difficult for even the common man. Something they ought to have sold at the cost of 50 naira. Because of the union, the ticket, the agboro, and the rest of it, who are extorting money from the people. They will end up selling that same thing, 17 naira, to make sure that they build them in. So why blaming the president? We should equally look inward. Who are our main problem? Does the price of the thing where they are producing, what's the rate, and what are they selling here? Everybody wants to take advantage of other people. So please, why blaming the presidents? We should equally look at who are our main problem.
All right, thank you. A final call today, 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome.
I greet the wonderful guest yesterday. If they forgot maybe I'm my adopted father. So since I lost my dad, what I've learned from you, I don't know, but I could not go to school because of the family background, from a poor family background. But since I started listening to you people, I've learned so much. At least people don't teach me, like I did in university, especially the lecturer there, and this other lawyer too, where they come there to go bless you for enlightening us. I remember how 1st of October they always be. Neighbor go cook rice, give each other. That was sweet. You go for road, green, white, green, everybody. GRA, they always do this. After the Kelly will tell you how GRA to be. Things will happen. But today, when the president tells us things they're good, it is happening that same way. Go for their pockets, like the man they always talk. If you know it's our pockets, what is the problem?
All right.
For every time there's Abuja, the welcome president. Every day Abuja.
All right.
It's wrong.
Thank you. That's your time. And anything they say about me, as long as it's good, I know they reply. As long as it is good, I know they reply. Kelly, you are a big boy, I agree. Kelly, you have money, I agree. Kelly, life is good, I agree. Kelly, you live in GRA. People live there, they get to head, I agree. A lie. That was a lie. That one cannot be true at all. Let's read some of your messages on WhatsApp, just a few. 1 year anniversary of the ballet to our president. Our president saying students should submit thesis before going for NYC. I want to suggest, can our political leaders, especially the office of the president, also write thesis and publish in the national dailies for us to score them before they can be elected. Joyous Joy from Igbelu. Blessed the vex. So. But thank you, Joy, for reaching out, sending that message. A voice note here.
Kelly, why should Mr. President be boasting of Nigeria economy or inflation coming down? Is Nigeria economy only calculated in inflation only calculated in rice and beans? When rice and beans gone down, Nigeria economy have dropped down. Kelly, how much is motor parts today in the market? How much is building materials? How much is, do you think is only, how much is, okay, rice and beans? How much is baby food today? How much is baby food? How much is other food items in the market, like milk, like sugar, like other cornflakes, all those things, like spaghetti, indomie? How much are they in the market today? That someone will claim that Nigeria economy have dropped down because of rice and beans is now 50,000 naira. Kelly, it's not only this thing. How much is school fees today? School fees.
All right, for the children, it's not spaghetti, it's spaghetti. Spaghetti.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Happy New Month. My name is Enedimila. This morning, I am reacting to the president's broadcast, which I deliberately refuse to listen to because for me it's a mere rhetoric. What are we celebrating? Are we celebrating insecurity? Are we celebrating an oil-producing country without a functional refinery, depending on a private businessman's exploitations? Are we celebrating the taxation everywhere? Are we celebrating the killings, the hardship, the non-functioning industries, no production, rather borrowing from IMF to World Bank to African Development Bank to everywhere? Mr. Tinubu should think twice. We are tired of this is rhetoric. Then this morning I am deeply pained by the death of this television broadcaster. It is very, very painful. This has exposed insecurity in Abuja, and that is a call to Mr. Wike to concentrate in Abuja, fight insecurity there, and leave Rivers State for the governor to govern. Thank you very much.
I listened to President Tinubu's speech in Owerri, and he said the healthcare structure in Nigeria is very great and can care for major illnesses like cancer. And I wonder why President Tinubu and other politicians never treated themselves here in Nigeria. Brightner from Woji, you sent that message. Thank you, Brightner. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. A precedent has been set where the president can suspend any governor based on baseless and fabricated claims, declaring a state of emergency in any state where he feels his control is threatened. I'm deeply disappointed by the way our democracy has been mismanaged by those who are meant to lead. All right, Wanate Clinton West, that is your position. Thank you. In the words of Tinubu about our founding fathers, what meaningful thing has he done to keep the bond and gel together than unnecessary mortgaging of the nation's future? All right, Michael Sunday, you sent that one. Honorable Chidi Lloyd should know that River State and MOR does not belong to him. All right, he's privileged to be there as LGA chairman, but does not have the power over anybody in that LGA. Ejima from Army Range. Okay. Morning, Kelly and everyone. President Tinubu has failed Nigeria. He talked about local government autonomy. Supreme Court gave a judgment since July 11, 2024, and President Tinubu must refuse to obey that judgment. That says pay local government directly. Today, Nigerian judiciary gives judgment based on body language, according to you. Promise, Tinubu. We thank you. Let me see if I can read one more, and then we'll leave here. Michael from other judge, I suppose. I'd expected Onufuba to make a speech or to resign honorably, then he would gain the respect of the people than to prepare the people for just two men. I'll never be happy with him if he chooses to do the bidding of one man against the whole of the state. All right? I think that's it. This voice note, and then we'll leave here.
Mr. Kelly, good morning. Good morning, sir, and the rest members. Kelly, is quite a pity, quite a pity what's going on in River State. Have you noticed that, I don't know if you have heard this news, that INEC said that
I'm really sorry, that error came from me. Okay, see it here.
Edison was not resigned as a member of River State House of Assembly, that is still a member of River State House of Assembly. I don't know if you have heard that news. If you have not caught somebody in your sister's stations, what are they trying to do? A man that resigned and was later appointed as the chief of staff to the governor. Today we are hearing another news. I think River State is, I don't really know where River State is really heading to. Honestly, I don't.
Let's assume that news is true. Maybe we'll just close with this. If Edison wrote to Oko Jumbo, and Supreme Court did not recognize Oko Jumbo as a valid House of Assembly, and let's assume that that report from INEC is correct, INEC could be correct in saying that they're not aware that Edison has resigned his position as a member of the River State House of Assembly. Isn't that possible? It's time to quit as we close.
Well, it's very possible, and I think if INEC says so, they are on point. Certainly, because Oko Jumbo was not the authentic speaker. That's what everything finally shows. So, what are they saying? Would they use their hand and upgrade illegality?
No, that's not. Mr. Williams, you have a different view.
Well, no, I don't truly have. The point is that if a sitting House of Assembly member tenders resignation to the House, it has to be through the Speaker. And in this case, the Supreme Court have said that Oko Jumbo was never a Speaker. What that means that even if Edison here have written a letter, that letter is yet to get to the House of Assembly.
That's what it means.
That is what it means.
Amy, you want to say something about this?
Yes, I think we should always try to be law-abiding citizens, whatever we do. INEC is right. Everything this here himself did as at the time he proclaimed himself to be speaker, everything Oko Jumbo did as at the time he proclaimed himself to be speaker are all nullity. They don't exist. They never existed. So whatever action they may have taken at that time, if INEC say we are not aware, INEC is not aware, and that is the law.
All right.
And for Nigeria development, please let us always hold our people accountable, not just federal government, local government,
Dr. Chomo.
First federal.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Is INEC wrong in saying if that report is true? I haven't seen it.
Everything that happened from October 30, 2023 to March 18 or so, the Supreme Court said,
or even February.
Supreme Court said it never happened. Why are we worrying ourselves? That's why you saw Tony Okocha, who said he has carried all of them to APC. They say they never defected. So why would we come and bother with Edison? The Supreme Court said that nothing that happened. So you want me to say, you want me to be Try for contempt. They said it never happened, my brother. So I thought we were concluded.
Jesse Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Rivers people.
Dr. C.J. Chinwo, legal practitioner, public affairs analyst, law teacher, and author living in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm very grateful. Yes.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indikwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
That's our show. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
As a people, we the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, a Voice of the People. Now it's the Independence Day edition, of course, the 1st of October edition of the Entertainment Today. Happy New Month to you. It's double celebration. It's a new month, and it's also Nigeria's birth anniversary. Happy Independence Day to you, beautiful Nigerian listening to me right now. Nigeria is 65. Wow. Welcome on the show on Today 95.1 FM. Once again, I am Queen Chima. So as I was coming to work, I was just looking around, to see if I'd see people were done in white and green. And I don't know what happened to that culture of celebration, right? Is there something else we're doing that you didn't tell me about? I want to know, because I don't get to see people. All right, so I have a brown hoodie on. I should also report myself. It's just that I'm cold and I don't have a green hoodie. If I had one, I would have put on one. But then it's a beautiful day, and no matter what, I think we're excited about it. So if it's your birthday and somehow you don't even have a rice to eat, you just be grateful to God that you are alive, right? So maybe that's the feeling. But a number of people are talking about how that culture of adorning people adorning themselves in white and green fabrics, material. Sometimes their lips, their faces, how it's just faded. And I don't know if it's a thing of moving with the trend or something else, especially celebrities. I was going through social media. Is it my algorithm? I don't know. But I could barely find people done in green and white. I don't know what you think could be responsible for that, but you can tell me by dropping a comment on Facebook on Today 95.1 FM, or even drop a message or WhatsApp message on 0701 9339 962. I have special messages from the Urban Choir featuring Ivy Quick for you. I also have a spoken word poetry. Let's see how we can go around that and then get into the news and some gist and gossip on the show. You don't want to miss anything, so stay right here with me. Well, on the foreign scene where Sean Diddy Combs may face more than 11 years in prison, as U.S. federal prosecutors have urged the New York court to hand down a lengthy sentence following his conviction on prostitution-related charges. As reported by Reuters and ABC News on Tuesday, in a court memo filed on Tuesday, prosecutors asked for at least 135 months imprisonment and a $500,000 fine. U.S. District Judge Aaron Subramanian is scheduled to deliver the sentence on Friday in Manhattan. Combs, 55, was found guilty on July 2nd after a 2-month trial on 2 counts of transporting male prostitutes across state lines to engage in what prosecutors described as drug-fueled sexual performances with his girlfriends while he watched recorded video and masturbated. He was acquitted on the more serious racketeering and sex trafficking charges, which carried a potential life sentence. In their memo, Prosecutors said Combs was violent, abusive, and left victims in fear, and argued that despite his acquittal on the more serious counts, he remains unrepentant. The defendant will not be punished for any crimes of which he was acquitted of. Of course, but punishment for his crimes of conviction must take into account the manner in which he committed them, prosecutors wrote. They said Combs held power over the women involved, particularly Cassie Ventura, who was allegedly left blooded and bruised as seen in hotel security footage. The defendant also horrifically physically abused Ventura throughout their relationship, a point he conceded at trial. Prosecutors said, adding that the sentence should reflect Combs' decades of unchecked violence and decades of psychological, emotional, and physical damage he has inflicted. Combs' lawyers have asked for a much lighter punishment, around 14 months, an outcome that could see him released by the end of the year due to time already served at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center since his September 16, 2024 arrest. Well, defense attorneys called the government's recommendation draconian, arguing in their earlier filing that it amounted to verdicts be damned, locked him up, and throw away the key. Combs' legal troubles stem from his September 2024 arrest, which led to multiple federal charges, including racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation for prostitution. His trial opened on May 5, 2025, with jury selection completed a week later. After weeks of proceedings, the jury on July 2nd acquitted Combs of racketeering and sex trafficking, but convicted him on 2 transportation counts involving Ventura and another woman. Well, still on the news, where an AI actor named Tilly Norwood has been causing a stir after its Dutch creators said the synthetic performer is in talks with talent agencies. Now, Norwood could be mistaken for a young aspiring actress when one glances at its social media. The brunette poses for photos and showcases a fully AI-generated comedy sketch where it described as having girl next door vibes. I may be AI, but I'm feeling very real emotions right now. Tilly's creators wrote on her page, I'm so excited for what's coming next. I may be AI, but I'm feeling very real emotions right now. Tilly's creators wrote on her page, I am so excited for what's coming next. Well, Hollywood is not rolling out the red carpet. Its Powerful Actors Union has condemned the creation, along with A-list stars like Emily Blunt, Natasha Lyonne, and Whoopi Goldberg. Norwood is not an actor. It's a character generated by a computer program that was trained on the work of countless professional performers, the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, said in a statement. It has no life experience to draw from, no emotion, and from what we have seen, audiences aren't interested in watching computer-generated content untethered from the human experience, the union said. The AI actor was created by Dutch actor and comedian Ellen van der Verden, who reportedly said she wanted Norwood to become the next Scarlett Johansson. The BBC has reached out to van der Verden and her company to talk about it. Now, Norwood's Instagram page includes headshots from Fox filming test and an advertisement spoofing programs on the BBC, including being superimposed on the often star-studded couch on BBC's The Graham Northern Show. Creating Tilly has been, for me, an act of imagination and craftsmanship, not unlike drawing a character, writing a role, or shaping a performance, Van der Verden wrote. Well, in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Official Selection Committee has announced that Nigeria would not submit any film for the International Feature Film category at the 2026 Academy Awards. In a statement, NOSC chairperson Stephanie Linus explained that the committee opened call for entries in August and received 6 films for consideration. However, the meeting on September 26, the NOSC voted by majority to make no submission, effectively ending the selection process, Linus added. While Nigerian films have no doubt shown significant improvement and growing awareness of IFF standards, there is still a deficit in creative and technical intentionality that will improve their competitive potential for global awards, she said. The chairperson also communicated the committee's decision to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. She expressed regret that no Nigerian film was deemed suitable for the category this year. This is why the NOSC will be taking more proactive steps to encourage encourage filmmakers to create with the Oscars in mind, Linus stated. She encouraged Nigerian filmmakers to study previous IFF-nominated works to deepen their understanding of the category's expectations and strengthen future submissions. The International Feature Film Award is presented annually by the Academy to a feature-length motion picture produced outside the United States that contains at least 50% non-English dialogue. Well, still on the news, where Spotify has named Afrobeat superstar Damini Ebunoluwa Ugulu, widely known as Burna Boy, as one of the top Afrobeats artists of the year. The list, unveiled by the streaming service in an Instagram post, is dominated by Nigerian artists. Ranked alongside Burna Boy are Divine Ikobo, known as Rema, Balogun Ayodeji, popularly called Wizkid, Ahmed Ololade Ashake, and Ira Star as the only female artist on the latest ranking. Well, Spotify posted Afrobeats continues to expand its reach, with fans streaming artists like His Rema, Whiskey Dio, and Burna Boy Graham from Nigeria to Brazil. Check out some of the top songs, artists, and countries fueling the genre's discovery and growth globally. The platform also unveiled the top Afrobeat songs on Spotify for 2025. Accordingly, top songs are Santa by Arastar, Alejandro and Russian, Shake It to the Max, Fly, remixed by Molly Shensi, and a number of others. Spotify also said Afrobeat songs are most discovered in 2025 in the US, Brazil, France, and the UK, Germany, and Nigeria. Well, still talking music, where Afrobeats singer Adekunle Gold has released his track list ahead of his highly anticipated album Fuji on October 3rd. The album will feature 15 carefully crafted tracks that showcase his personal journey, lessons learned, and stories of love, loss, and identity. In a statement on Instagram, Adekunle Gold invited listeners to experience the music with open ears, allowing the songs to speak for themselves before revealing the features on October 6th. Adekunle wrote, 15 songs carefully crafted for your ears. I want you to experience the music with open ears first, feel the stories, the emotions, the journey. The features will be reviewed on October 6th, but until then, let the songs speak for themselves. Fuji out October 3rd. The album promises to be a cultural statement and a deeply personal project that blends traditional Fuji music with modern Afro beats. With Fuji, Adekunle Gold aims to redefine Afro beats and bring traditional Nigerian sound to the global stage. Well, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, before we return, I have like two presentations. One from the Urban Choir, Loud Urban Choir featuring IB Quake, and of course, spoken words by I Tell You. Stay right here. Keep sending your messages. How are we seeing less pictures of celebrities adorned in white and green? Why? Did we leave that era or what? Well, you tell me. 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message, or drop a comment on Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. You know you're still listening to Entertainment Today. Don't go nowhere.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Tell me what you again. After the money and the girls and the fame, I know can't get to my peace of mind. Oh no. Tell me what you again. After the
history in your story, in your face, because we are unavoidable. We are the future, and the future is inevitable. Nothing can undo a Nigerian. We're not just dreamers. We're violent achievers. Yet we are our own brother's keepers. Protecting our own is culture, and we do it with rupture and flying colors. We are the world's happiest people. Not because we are the heart of Africa, but because this heart does what a heart do best. We beat for Africa and the world. And I know we've got our own shortcomings, but it's been a long time coming. And this decades might not be your kind of amazing, but it's mine, my own, my home. And I will never not be proud to be a Nigerian. Happy independence, Nigeria.
That's a spoken word poetry by Hafi, dedicated to Nigeria. Maybe that made your morning. If it did, this song would. But let's see some comments, because if we've moved from that era of adorning green and white, so what other ways do we celebrate? What other ways? Now, Godwin Agwon says, "Good morning, Queen Chima. Concerning this matter, there is no need for these. We should just celebrate life or sing a brand new month. Nothing to celebrate in this independence. It's just that nobody have option in our country. We don't have any other It's not like that, people. We are not moved to celebrate independence at all, because people are thinking of what to eat and how to survive the next day in this country." Godwin from Malakaya. Irene Zekwemese was stained in red on September 2020 in Lekki toll gates. Maybe the national symbol have left the heart of many Nigerians. Ambassador Ikechukwu Sterling says, "You cannot hide truth forever. Where are all those praise singers and mobile defenders? Shame couldn't let them wear the green and white to celebrate their nation at 65. Unity, what did you say about your country? Nigeria, your country." Well, thank you for texting. We'll keep the conversation going. It's still Independence Day, and because we're celebrating the use of art, whether talk, poetry, or fashion, music, as Nigeria celebrates 65, the Loud Urban Choir featuring IB Quake did this for Nigeria. Take a listen.
We are Nigerians. Through the fire, through the rain, still we hope despite the pain we will rise. Nigeria's goal. 65, the winds of change, but the dream has stayed the same. We will rise. Nigeria's goal. There's something about the true Niger spirit. Strong enough to bend history and never breaking it. Strong enough to get back up even after the British and the Portuguese. We fell so bloody or heavy. This is bigger than a comeback. This isn't a whisper. This is loud. This is tall. This is us declaring everything we want and more. We remember how the Caliphate always defended the fire of the Fulanis. Oyo thrones balance power with their laughing and his Oyo Messi. And the Igbos built republics where every man's voice was a king's decree. The onus is on us to teach the generation to come what it means to be Nigerian, to resist inferiority, to not sit in the folly of Mr. Bean. Teach them that kindness is too close to home, and the only beef we serve is meat.
Well, happy Independence Day, Nigeria. And just like those words, spoke to you, if it did, just keep doing your best and your own bid for the country. Do your best around you. Show kindness, show love, be truthful, say it as it is. And do the some little things. I was seeing a video this morning and someone said, you say you're this, but then you drink water and throw the sachet on the road. You just take a can of water and throw it on the road into the drainage, right? A number of things. So whatever you can to make Nigeria better, yes, you can and you should do it. Take it as priority. And it will keep getting better, definitely. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria at 65. Happy new month to you, and thank you so much for always staying tuned to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Coming up next is the World News at 12 with Faustina Oputu. I am Queen Chima. Happy new month and happy Independence Day once again. Good morning and have a great day.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information. It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get a total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the world's news on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. The headlines. President Tinubu assures new tax laws will provide relief for low-income workers. Dangote and Pengassan reach resolution after federal government intervention. On the foreign scene, South African court convicts opposition politician Malema of firing gun in public. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu says that with the economic reforms embarked on by his administration, the worst is now over. Tinubu gave the assurance in his nationwide broadcast to celebrate Nigeria's 65th Independence Day anniversary. While saluting Nigerians for their endurance, support and understanding, the president said yesterday's pains were giving way to relief. President Tinubu also assured Nigerians that the new tax laws will not add an extra burden on existing taxpayers, but will provide relief for low-income workers. He said the tax-to-GDP ratio has risen to 13.5% from less than 10%, adding that the ratio is expected to increase further when the new tax law takes effect in January. Meanwhile, River State residents have expressed disappointment in Nigeria, citing stagnation in critical sectors of the country, despite 65 years of independence. Speaking with Today FM as the nation marks its 65th Independence Day anniversary today, some respondents lamented that Nigeria's 4 refineries remain non-operational. They also decried the poor economic situation, which they say continues to affect businesses and livelihoods. The respondents, however, acknowledged that while Nigeria has recorded progress in areas such as infrastructure, it is still retrogressing in several other sectors. The federal government has assured that the Dangote Group will redeploy staff earlier disengaged from its refinery operations following the resolution of its dispute with the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan. The federal government also said that the redeployed staff will not suffer any loss of pay due to the redeployment. This was confirmed by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dingyadi, in a statement issued yesterday in Abuja. Dingyadi further explained that both sides had reached a compromise, noting that Pengasan agreed to start the process of calling off the strike. The conciliation meetings followed a breakdown in earlier talks between the refinery management and Pengasan, which had ended in a deadlock on Monday. Meanwhile, the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, says the full operation of Nigeria's 4 refineries would permanently address issues between unions, industry players, and the Dangote refinery. Speaking with Today FM's Ifunaya Ubemendukwe, the River State Chairman of Petron, Francis Dimba, urged the federal government to ensure that the refineries function effectively alongside modular and artisanal refineries. Dimba noted that while Dangote refinery currently dominates the petrol supply market in Nigeria, total dependence on the refinery would not resolve the challenges facing petrol production and distribution in the country.
As far as we are concerned, the permanent solution to these challenges are other refineries to work. If the other refineries start working and working well, there's no issue here. Artisanal refineries should also be encouraged. Modular refineries should be encouraged. Artisanal refineries should be translated to modular refineries. And when we have more of these refineries working, either at modular level or even the big 4 working, we will not have this issue. We will have less of this industrial problem. But wanting to depend on only Dangote will not solve the problem of this nation.
Dimpa added that Petron's consistent appeal to the Dangote refinery has been to guarantee a level playing field for all industry players, stressing that continuous confrontation would not provide lasting solutions.
A discussion to suggest a harmonious coexistence between Dangote and other players. For example, for the level of retail outlet ownership, Dangote alone cannot provide proper retail outlet distribution for the whole nation. But if there is harmony between Dangote and Petron, and there is harmony between Dangote and Pengasen, and there is harmony between Dangote and Rumpeng, the industry will be moving harmoniously. It's going to be a win-win situation for everybody and for the people of the nation and for the industry players. We are saying let there be understanding and harmony. Let there not be this intention of trying to put other people out of the business, because it's not going to favor us as a nation.
The persistent back and forth between labor unions, the federal government, and the private sector continues to raise concerns about the effectiveness and sincerity of the unions as they rarely achieve their stated demands. Speaking on the state of labor leadership in Nigeria, the immediate past chairperson of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC River State Chapter, Beatrice Ituwo, criticized both government and some organizations for what she described as increasing irresponsibility. Ituwo added that certain labor leaders have also joined in this trend, shifting their focus away from the welfare of the people they represent. In an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Ubemendukwe, Ituwo further highlighted the inconsistency among workers who, despite benefiting from union struggles, sometimes question the leaders who stand at the forefront demanding improved welfare on their behalf, while acknowledging that all parties share responsibility for the inability of labor unions to achieve their goals. The former NLC chairperson stressed the need for unions to reassess their strategies and reposition themselves to ensure that both government and private sector stakeholders take their demands seriously.
The government and even some organizations are becoming irresponsible by the day, and because of that, the labor leaders themselves, some of them are also joining them in this act of irresponsibility because they are no longer really focused on the welfare of the people they represent. But however, I will not blame the labor leaders so much, because even the workers too themselves are complicit, in the sense that some of them, as you go there arguing for them, they will still go behind to say they never sent you. So then management will corner some of them, and before you know it, they are talking in discordant tones. So you can see that everybody is really involved. And if we really want to be taken seriously, then we have to go back to the drawing board and begin to make ourselves relevant to the things we used to do that made government or even private organizations quick when we make statements. When I was in the union, I went a lot of trainings. These days, I'm not even sure that they are training anybody.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, a voice of the people. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. Odibola Properties, a real estate development firm, has issued a fresh clarification regarding the ownership status of the disputed parcel of land in Mbodo-Alo, River State. The company's operational manager, Chinedu Amadi, in an interview with newsmen, explained that contrary to circulating claims of land grabbing, Odibola is operating under a legally assigned mandate from the Medical Doctors Association of University of Port Harcourt, who have been the rightful owners of the property since 2009. Amadi stated that the land was originally purchased from the Umuchinwo family of Mbodalo, but later became the subject of prolonged litigations following counterclaims by the Omamewuli family from the same community, alongside other interests from Rumekini, Rumewecho, and unions such as ASU and ASUB. He added that after negotiations with judgment creditors, the association conferred power of attorney on Odibola Properties to market and manage the land.
He petitioned us to the Commissioner of Police, and that petition was referred to the anti-kidnapping unit. So upon investigation, informed the police that we are not just into this property. This property was bought by the Medical Doctors Association of University of Port Harcourt 2009 from a family called Omuchinwo Bodo community. And upon their purchase, a family called Omamewuli in Omara in the same Bodo community took the Omuchinwo, the Rumekin community, the Rumewecho family of Rumekin, and the Doctors Association, the ASU to court. So after 8 years of litigation, the claimant won the case. So the Doctors Association went back to negotiate with the judgment creditor. It was after that negotiation that the Doctors Association now gave us power of attorney to sell this property for them.
Addressing allegations of demolition and land grabbing, Amadi stressed that Odibola had not carried out any demolition at the site, noting that existing structures were developed by ASU and the Doctors Association. The operational manager further disclosed that police officers acting on a petition from the Rumekini community recently visited the site to verify survey plans belonging to the Doctors Association, but noted that due to challenges faced by the surveyor presented by Rumekini, the verification exercise has been rescheduled for next week.
We did not demolish any building. The existing building you are seeing here was done by the ASU, the Doctors the Medical Association. So nobody did any demolition. So the police came to verify the survey plan of the Medical Doctors Association, phase 1 and 2, the ASU and the ASU. So that is what we came for. But unfortunately, the surveyors that Rumekin brought done some things that are not necessary to the survey. For those persons paddling that we are grabbing land, we didn't come here as land grabbers. We cannot be doing land grabbing with an official address. No land grabber can address the media.
The youth of Akko Kingdom and the executives led by Azubike Wali have congratulated Gift Wolu on his emergence as chairman of Obiakpo local government area. Wali also extended felicitations to Ward 15 Councillor Gladys Akani, Ward 16 Councillor Joy Odomene, and Ward 17 Councillor Prince Ikwena. In a congratulatory message, the Akpo Youth Assembly expressed confidence that Wolu's tenure will be marked by significant achievements and progress. While acknowledging the capacity of the newly elected executives, Wali urged them to apply their qualities, vision and commitment in serving the youths of Akpo. In celebration of Nigeria's Independence Day, he further called on all indigents and residents of Obiakpo to support Wolu and the new executives in building a brighter future, as he wished the LG chairman a fruitful tenure with wisdom and understanding to effectively lead the people.
We expect the government of the council to be youth-friendly. We are so much expecting development, all-round development, particularly in the area of skill acquisition, youth empowerment, scholarship schemes. We also encourage the government to also fight drug taking by our youth. Our youth are dying on a daily basis because of drug. We also look at the area of land grabbing. We expect the government of Gift Wall to grant us soft loans to our farmers, good road network, particularly that of Rumekini, Rumosi, and Choba. We also look at the area of unemployment. So we pray, we know that these things will not just come in a day. We're expecting that as time progresses, it will take time for these things to actualize. We ask that God give him wisdom to stir up the affairs of this council.
On their part, the Akpo Youth Assembly Publicity Secretary Chinda Iaichuku, the General Secretary Chukwuka Ovunda, also outlined key demands for the development of Akbo Kingdom.
To believe that they are going to work in line with what the people want and what the people believe in them, and we also believe that they are going to do well in their tenure. So I want to congratulate them. This is the first time in the history of politics in Obiakpo for Akbo man to become an elected executive chairman. And their tenure, they will live and people will see their good leadership.
As the chairman of Obiakpo local government area, the executive chairman, we expect him to work more on human capital development. There are teeming youths that are on the streets that need financial support for their micro and small scale business enterprises. There are people in the university that need bursary, that need a push so that they will achieve their lifelong dreams, whether becoming a master's degree holder or a PhD degree holder.
On the foreign scene, South African opposition politician Julius Malema has been found guilty of discharging a firearm in public 7 years ago. In 2018, a video emerged showing the Economic Freedom Fighters leader firing several shots in the air during his party's 5th anniversary celebrations held in the country's Eastern Cape province. He was charged alongside his former bodyguard, Adrian Sneeman, who was acquitted. This is Malema's second conviction in less than 2 months, and he could face up to 15 years in prison. Malema often sparks controversy in a nation where, 31 years after apartheid ended, racial tensions still high. He was recently convicted of hate speech. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that the new tax laws will provide relief for low-income workers. You heard that Dangote and Pengasan have reached a resolution after the intervention by the federal government. And on the foreign scene, we told you that South African court has convicted opposition politician Julius Malema of firing gun in public. And that's the news as edited by Ifunanya Obemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good afternoon and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
I can't wait to connect you to the power.
The Watchman Catholic Charismatic Renewal Movement, Port Harcourt Diocese, presents the Port Harcourt Revival Crusade. Theme, Two Kingdoms at War. Date, Tuesday 7th to Sunday 12th October 2025. Time, 4 p.m. daily. Venue, Community Secondary School, Molu, Ororuko, Mile 3, Diobu, by UST Roundabout, Port Harcourt. Join us live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X at Watchman Port Harcourt. Viewing centers available in Omoku, Yenegoa, Obia, Bonny Island, and other designated locations. Free buses will be available at Shoba, Rumokoro, Obibo, most of the district headquarters of Watchman Church, and other designated places around Port Harcourt. Ministering Pastor Clems Chukwemeka, Pastor Dominic Akabwiro, Pastor Patrick Madubuko, Pastor Solomon Ekweme, Pastor Nnamdi Onwogaje, and Pastor Michael Ihanacho. For enquiries, please call 0803-446-2810 or 0803-071-6035.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quarterly man, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International, go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start
before this.
Man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time.
It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free.
Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent health caregiver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take the support with country health care system. Kotliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
A person who knows how to read and does not read is no different from a person who does not know how to read at all.
Books are the mirrors of the soul, a powerful tool for change, a means to an end. That end is a peaceful society which grooms enlightened and empowered individuals. So, make literature your utopia.
This same issue that we see in this book is still prevalent in our society today. Like up to today, some parents, some people
will still say you can't marry from this tribe. You shouldn't marry from this tribe.
God forbid, I can't marry.
Yeah. Join us in book review every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Let's help you find your utopia.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
I'm Hannah and this is What in the World, your podcast for the stories that everyone's talking about from the BBC World Service. Cute, cuddly and riddled with chlamydia. That is not how you might expect to describe koalas, but it is the reality. About 70% of wild koalas have chlamydia and it causes half of their deaths. And that's not the only threat they're facing. Their habitats, which are eucalyptus forests in parts of Australia, are also being devastated by wildfires, droughts and logging. So today we're going to be breaking down the koala crisis and you're going to hear how a new vaccine and conservation efforts are trying to save them. And I'm speaking to Tiffany Turnbull, who is a BBC journalist in Sydney. Hey, Tiffany.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, I remember I went to Australia Zoo once and I got to hold a koala. And I was fascinated by how much they sleep. It basically slept the whole time. They said they sleep at about 20 hours a day. Have you spent a lot of time with koalas?
Yeah, they do basically nap for a living. I grew up in Queensland, southeast Queensland, which is one of the places that koalas are quite populous, or they used to be anyway. So I have childhood memories of spotting one in the tree in the backyard all the time, even rescuing a couple if they get separated.
I mean, they're treasured in Australia, but they are facing these increasing threats. How big of a problem is it for the size of their population?
It's a huge problem. In recent years, populations just have been plummeting right across the eastern coast, which is where most Australians live. And in some places, they've even dropped by estimated 80%. And there are fears that koalas could be extinct within a generation now in some states.
One of the things that people are really surprised about when we talk about koalas is the fact that so many of them get chlamydia. And of course, here, it's known as an STI, a sexually transmitted infection or disease. How widespread is it among koalas? And is it also sexually transmitted? Is it kind of the same as the chlamydia that we know among humans?
Yeah, so it's believed that koalas actually caught it from livestock. So chlamydia is not that uncommon in animals, but what is kind of unique to the koala is the rapid spread of the disease and the incredibly intense way that it affects koalas. But it is spread largely through kind of the same ways as in humans and other animals. So that is through like mating, or even some koalas spread it to their young by feeding them.
What kind of symptoms does it cause for the koalas?
So there are kind of two main ways that it manifests. The first is kind of disease or infection of the eye. So it looks like conjunctivitis, the koalas that I've seen that are sick, their eyes are kind of almost glued shut with mucus. They can barely see. That means that they struggle to feed themselves, and if left untreated, that form of chlamydia can mean that koalas essentially starve to death in the wild. And the other form of chlamydia is that it tends to affect them with a infection of their reproductive organs. That can be so painful and get so out of control that they die from that too. But even if they don't die, it really frequently makes them sterile, which means that they can't breed, which is obviously a huge problem for an endangered population where you really need them to be successfully breeding.
And I read that it can be treated with antibiotics, right?
Yes, it can be treated with antibiotics, but vets say even that is kind of a nightmare because the antibiotics attack bacteria in the koala's gut and kills that off. And that's a huge problem because koalas, famously, their primary food source is eucalyptus leaves, which is actually toxic. And so they have this really unique bacteria in their gut that help them break down that kind of food. But the antibiotics mean that they can't really do that anymore again, so you have a starvation problem. So the treatment can often kill them as well.
And now scientists have been carrying out clinical research about the chlamydia issue for the population, and they have developed a vaccine. And I think you've been speaking to some of the scientists behind that.
Yeah, I have. So they've been kind of working at this for 20 years now. So it's been a really long journey, kind of like vaccine development in humans too. You've got to go through all these regulatory hurdles to make sure that you're not just out there jabbing random koalas with vaccines that have no evidence behind them. And there's kind of been two lots of researchers involved. One required 2 doses, and so that's a challenge too because you have to figure out how to get the koala its second dose. And as one of the vets joked to me, you can't just tell them their appointment's next Monday and expect them to show up. But the second one is a single-shot vaccine. That's obviously easier to administer, but there were some concerns about whether that would provide the level of protection that they needed to actually fundamentally change the way that their bodies respond to the disease.
How effective have these trials been?
So the good news is that they appear to be working really well, which is obviously why Australia's regulator has said, this vaccine is ready to go out to koalas more broadly now. At Currumbin Wildlife Hospital, where I visited, they have been working with QUT University, and so they've been really focusing on a local population that's really diseased. And so they've taken a cohort of those koalas, vaccinated them all, and so far only 3 of them have caught chlamydia. And really importantly, those 3 have recovered and been totally fine. There's lots of them being born too, which is a really exciting sign. But then over at the University of the Sunshine Coast, they've wrapped kind of like a decade's worth of trials together and had a really good look at what the decade shows us. And incredibly, they found that amongst vaccinated koalas, deaths dropped by 2/3, which is huge. And they talk about how this vaccine was so affected in that population that now they're worried about it overpopulating the area and having a look at relocating some koalas. This vaccine not only prevents chlamydia, but it also helps treat it and reduce the severity of it.
That's really positive, isn't it? When do you think the vaccine is going to be rolled out more widely?
That's going to be a challenge too, unfortunately. So Australia is massive. Researchers have struggled to a degree with funding. And then they've got to think about, they can't vaccinate every koala. We don't know where they are. We don't know how many there are. And also that would just be like such an insurmountable task. So they've really got to think about which populations would benefit most from the vaccine and target those. So that's what will probably happen next in terms of wild koalas, but they are also using wildlife clinics to vaccinate koalas.
Aside from chlamydia, I want to talk a little bit about some of the other threats that koalas are facing, because they live in eucalyptus forests, and, we've all seen some of the pictures and the videos of the wildfires and the devastation that has been happening in different parts of Australia in recent years.
Yeah, and that's one thing that all the researchers and all the vets and wildlife carers that I spoke to mentioned over and over and over. There are much bigger problems that we'll need to solve as well. So this buys us a bit of time to address some of those bigger issues, which include things like urbanisation. And then on the other hand, there is also climate disasters. I think you were alluding to the Black Summer bushfires there. So that had a massive impact on many, many species along the East Coast, but particularly it burned through absolute swathes of koala habitat.
And the government is trying to tackle all of this in terms of the habitat and habitat loss. It recently talked about plans for the Great Koala National Park. Tell me a bit about that.
This was an election promise of the state government of New South Wales about 2 years ago, and basically this will put extra protections in place to make sure that habitat in this area is protected for koalas, and this is kind of like one of the main areas where those bushfires ripped through and decimated really, really important koala habitat. So creating this national park allows them to preserve what's left of that habitat, but also regrow some of that really critical eucalyptus forest.
Tiffany, thank you so much for coming on the podcast.
Thank you for having me.
That's it for today. Thank you for joining us. I'm Hannah Gelbart. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service. We'll see you next time.
And there's much more on the BBC World Service app. Your home for live radio and where you can listen to your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
This is your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin. President Trump advised pregnant women to take Tylenol, wey dey popular as paracetamol, only when them get high fever.
He made this announcement on Friday, say link dey between Tylenol and autism. Tell us about this Tylenol and whether it is safe for pregnant women.
Tylenol na pain medicine wey them dey buy over the counter. The active ingredients na acetaminophen or paracetamol. Paracetamol na normal thing wey them dey take treat pain and fever for the world. And the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology list them as one of the only painkillers wey dey okay for pregnant women.
What they come change now?
One review research with the dean of Harvard University Chan School of Public Health being lead for August find out say pikin fit dey more likely to get autism and other neurodevelopmental disorders when them dey exposed to paracetamol for belle. But the UK NHS say the recommended dose for paracetamol na 1 or 2 500 milligram tablets up to 4 times in 24 hours or maximum 8 tablets for 24 hours.
If you take overdose, if it cause kasala for your body.
Whether na Tylenol or paracetamol, pregnant women they advised to follow their healthcare sabi people talk before them take medicine over the counter for their safety.
Read more story about this and more for our website bbcnewspidgin.com, and also follow BBC News Pidgin on top all our social media handles for more story.
That's not the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Hey, I'm Hannah. This is What in the World, the podcast for all your news, trends and talking points from the BBC World Service. Now, applying for jobs is tough. First, you've got to spend hours finding the ads and then that mental energy of writing and getting your application in. And that's even before you get to the interviews. But some of us are finding that process even harder than usual, putting in loads of applications and never hearing back.
You know, like I'll be like waking up in the middle of the night or like I can't sleep and I'm just thinking about how much longer will I be kind of stuck in this limbo, I guess.
I have now been looking for a job for a year with more than 200 applications sent.
And we've all heard the chat about how AI is coming for our jobs, and there are some recent studies that show that AI is making it harder for grads and younger people to get their first jobs. So is AI coming for your job, and what can you do to adapt? I'm speaking to Natalia Jimenez, our reporter in New York. Hey, Natalia, welcome back.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so firstly, this chat about AI taking entry-level jobs, how big of a problem is it? What do the studies say?
We're going through an AI disruption phase. That's the phrase that you're often going to hear. So, yes, AI is starting to replace jobs, and particularly entry-level jobs. Those are the first on the chopping block. And that's because they're often administrative, they're digital, they're repetitive. They're basically jobs that AI can learn quite easily, make more efficient. So, yes, young people are suffering the most. And we see that in the numbers, too. Stanford did a study, and it said that since late 2022, right when ChatGPT went big, people aged 22 to 25 have seen a 13% drop in jobs and roles that are easy for AI to handle. So I'm talking software development, marketing, customer service.
There's a real problem because if people aren't being accepted at entry level, then they can't progress up the chain, and then they can't get the expertise to get to those kind of more secure mid and top level jobs, the ones where they have those soft skills that can't be imitated. And of course, this isn't the only thing that's affecting the US job market at the moment. What are some of the other things that have been going on for young people?
Right, so this is kind of part of a bigger shift. So after the pandemic, there was a chilling in the job market. Basically, people are hiring less. So that's one of the issues that we're dealing with, too. There's an oversaturated market. More people have college degrees, so there are more people applying for, administrative jobs.
And let's hear from some of you guys who are looking for work. Here's Laura in the US.
So I've been unemployed since April. The past couple months, I've definitely been taking my job hunt more seriously, applying to at least 10 different jobs a day. And a lot of these jobs I'm overqualified for, right? I have 3 years of work experience and I worked at really reputable companies. I think it's so tough for young people to find jobs right now because right when companies are laying people off, they're usually laying off the most junior people. I feel like most people I know have been impacted by layoffs at least once, if not twice.
This is Zola from France.
Hi, I hold 2 master's degrees, one in political and social sciences and another one in cultural policy and administration, and have several work and traineeship experiences under my belt. I have now been looking for a job for a year with more than 200 applications sent.
And here's Tiffany, a recent graduate from New York.
The company that I worked at Apple when I was an intern last summer. They didn't have the headcount for a full-time employee. And there are a lot less new grad opportunities. There used to be more specific new grad programs out there for seniors to apply to. It is a little sad sometimes, but I think it helps that I'm not alone and there are a lot of other people going through the same thing.
Back to you, Natalia. I've seen things from Duolingo and Amazon talking about how AI is going to change the way they hire in the future. What is the message being sent out from these big companies right now?
So Amazon's CEO was pretty direct in a message he sent to employees back in June. He basically said that generative AI is going to reduce the corporate workforce over the next few years quite significantly. And that doesn't mean they're not going to hire anyone new. They're still going to bring in people to teams that are maybe a little bit more AI heavy, but they expect to need fewer humans in general. And that's going to land on youngest staff the most. At Duolingo, the CEO has said pretty much the same thing. They're AI first now. They're looking at how their employees are using AI in their day-to-day to make themselves more efficient. So it's not just enough to do your tasks well. The company now wants you to prove that you're using AI and you're thinking about how to improve the work you're doing with AI tools. So before they approve new hires, managers are also going to have to convince basically the company why AI can't do it and why they need a human.
AI is also changing the application process for people going for these jobs, both in terms of how, the computers are now sorting through the CVs, tapes that people might send in, so actually choosing who might make it to interview.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically the job application process, and you'll hear this from a lot of young hires, young people in the workforce, that it is changing. Now, for lots of companies, the first reader is an algorithm. It's AI. Resumes are getting scanned by AI for keywords. Some firms are using AI chatbots to ask screening questions. Some AI programs are even analyzing video interviews to score your answers. So by the time a human actually looks at your application, you've already been ranked by a machine. So a lot of people, the way that you're applying for a job has changed. You're going to look at the keywords that you need to put in your application to make sure that you get flagged or chosen by these AI tools. It's very formulaic. That's why a lot of my friends are like, I don't want to write a cover letter. I just want to, go into my resume and put in those keywords that I need to get chosen, because they know that a person is not going to look at their application until much later.
Now let's find out a bit more about some of the opportunities that AI can bring. I'm speaking to Varun Meyer, a YouTuber and founder of the Gen AI company EOS. Hey.
Hi, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, it's great to speak to you. So you're based in India. How is AI affecting people's jobs there, and which are the industries that are most affected?
To be very honest, I don't think AI has really affected too many jobs in India, except for a little bit of exposure in software. In India, salaries aren't really, really high. So even if you are using a tool, an AI tool, you'd still want a human being to sort of use that tool and run it because the person has accountability, the person has context. But there's also this huge section of people in India and all over the world that, for lack of a better word, their only job is to translate somebody else's instructions. Somebody else has made those decisions, has decided how it's going to be solved, and they're just translating that into code. So if you're doing that last piece, somebody else has come up with the idea, somebody else has written the spec, somebody else is telling you this is exactly how you need to solve it, this is the algorithm you need to use, and then you're writing the code for it, then you're in trouble. You don't be the translator. Be the person who's at least one step above, right? And I think there are plenty of those jobs available globally. We've had 0 people in my team that have lost their jobs. Now you're getting like 30, 40 opportunities a month. You want to take all of them on. So we keep expanding the team to absorb some of those opportunities.
Farron, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Natalia, what would your message be to people who are graduating now in this ever-changing world?
Instead of having, let's say, a computer science degree and thinking that's going to land you a computer science job and that's it, what people may be looking for now is a little bit more of a softer skills edge. So let's say, are you going to minor in philosophy or psychology to tell me about the ethics of the AI tools that we're using? How ethical is it? How can we improve it? What basically experts are saying right now is what's valuable are soft skills, critical thinking, judgment, essentially what makes us human. So if you can tap into that, if you can tap into what AI doesn't have, what we can add to the AI process, you're actually maybe going to get a more fulfilling job experience.
Natalia, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
That's it from us. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. I'm Hannah. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service. We'll see you next time.
And there's much more on the BBC World Service app. Your home for live radio and where you can listen to your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.